All right, I think we are good. Got my Streamlabs set up. Testing, testing. All right, mic is working. My Spotify is not working. Let's restart that real quick. Still not working. Um, 1 second. Technical difficulties. Okay, there we go. I think. All right. Let me make sure that's not too loud for you guys. Actually, it's kind of quiet. Music there sound good? I think. Oh, I don't even have Unity open. Usually I start with that. And Notion. Okay. Unity needs some time. All right. Another thing I like to do is just increase the scale of things for you guys a little bit. Just a smidge. Okay. Damn, glasses are filthy. All right. Task number 1. What do I want to work on today? Oh, I forgot. I added a mute button, so now when I cough, I get muted. Much better. Set up mute button. Done. It's not really a programming to do though. So I did batch all raycasts into one call, and it didn't work well. It was much more efficient, but it wasn't consistent. Like the cars weren't able to figure things out, and there's something weird going on that I have to look into. So I switched it back to the old way again. But it does look promising, the raycast job system. I'd really like to start on the drone AI project. That's gonna be a whole new scene. I think I could just throw drone in here though, just test it out. So let's see where we ended up last time. I think if I load these cars, make the round time 200, we should see. Oh, that was end this. That's like a 2000. So these are actually the cars that trained on a different track, so they aren't good at this one. They learned on the track in the YouTube video that I posted, but I made this new track and didn't retrain them. So some of them jump when they're not supposed to because they get faster in this track than they ever got in the other one, and they don't know what to do when their speed increases. So yeah, like it almost made it all the way to the end. I think last time it made it actually to the end, but not this time, I guess. Which is strange because usually it's like a perfect replay. So maybe it's a little off. So this is actually the same exact set of cars, and they're doing the same exact thing. So we don't have to watch it twice. I'm gonna open up my to-do list. Is there a better way to organize this? Yeah. So I think I might just start straight away on the drone AI, getting it to start balancing. Because that's really the next video I'm going to post, I think. Oh, sorry, I can pause these guys. Or at least let them continue training. So now they'll continue training. For no reason, they're just going to keep training just because it's less boring than them not training. Slow them down too, so it's not so seizure inducing. So I guess the first thing for the drone AI is to open that scene and try to get the drone controller that I have worked into it. I'm not sure if I bought this drone controller. I think I paid a few dollars for it, like $5 a while back. So I was into FPV drones for a while. Then I moved next to an airport, so now I can't fly it. So I kind of lost interest a little bit. Forced to lose interest, I guess. But if I could fly it in here virtually, I'd gain interest again. So let's see, if I just put I'm just gonna copy this like scene kind of. Yeah, I'm just gonna copy the ground. Can you copy and paste between projects? That's interesting. Let's see. Guess not. I think you could drag. I think dragging works. I'm not sure why copying and pasting wouldn't. No, neither work. Really? Are they different? No, they're the same version, I think. I could have sworn I did something like this the other day. Maybe it's only the prefabs in the bottom. That puts a slight damper on my plans because I was planning on like easily copying these over. No, I can't. I guess that's like Google question already. How to copy Unity objects between projects, yeah. $210, no thanks. So you have to export it as a package. Oh, actually, that's kind of cool. So if I just choose this whole scene and export it, I could use it in the other project. And just like take the things that I want from the scene. I can't just drag it. You sure? Hey, I just dragged it in. They lie. Okay, so it's missing. It's missing everything. Yeah. So let's do what they said to do. And export this somehow. Assets, export package. Include dependencies. I just want the whole scene. Click none. Man, this project's a mess. Let's try not to make the new project a mess too. Okay, scene. No, wrong scene. Is it this one? I think it might be this one. Let me double check. I'm almost at the end. I actually don't want all these other bloat packages that I have, so I think it's just this. Let me double check that. So I go to scenes. I open that. Should just be this, right? Yeah. Okay. So I think I could just export this scene. Sure, downloads is fine. Actually, no. Sure. Oh, this guy stopped running. Give me 1 second, just doing something on the other screen. Okay, so that should export now to my downloads folder, because I was too lazy to figure out where it should go. That was pretty quick. So now let's see if we could import that. Choose assets import. Okay, figured. This one. Yeah, sure, I'll overwrite. Let's see if that works. Did it work? Thought it would bring the dependencies with it. Oh well. I guess we honestly don't even need to do a new project yet, because all of the scripts and things that I'm going to use are in the driving AI project. I'm just going to use the neural network script. I'm going to reuse a lot of assets. I could always copy it over after, so maybe I'll just make a new scene called Drone AI, or Drone. Create a new scene. Oh, scene. Why? Drone AI. Okay. So now we have this. Much better, and we can actually have copying and pasting working between these two. So now if I want to copy the ground and just paste it, do that. Definitely does not look the same as it does in the other one. Made it look nicer with the lighting. So yeah, where is the drone? FPV drone controller. Import. Yeah, sure, we'll import everything. That work? No. Did it work? Why isn't this working? I've used this before, I swear. Just trying to import it into this other project. Currently downloaded. Okay, maybe it's just over here. Okay. Alright, so I actually need a controller. I think I have one right here. Is there something I can unplug? Yes. Oh, actually I have wire right here. I don't have to unplug anything. So I should be able to go to the scene here. What is this? Oh, okay. Should be able to plug my controller in and have it work. I got this working once in the past. It's just to show what we're going to be controlling with the AI. Let's see. See if this works. Nope. I remember doing this for a different project. Can I just open it? I think it's on this drive. Yeah, Evolution Simulator. In my Evolution Simulator, that's when I got this asset, just started messing around with it. Hope having so many projects open doesn't mess with my computer. And I actually already set up these inputs, so I'm just going to look at them and copy them over. But really, I should be doing this in all of this in the drone AI project, where I'm just going to be starting over, basically. So yeah, I think if I just run this, it should have the drone in here already. Like, that was the drone racing. Yeah, there we go. Hey, look. There we go, we're flying. It's very sensitive. Very sensitive. Whoa. I could fly around my simulation. And as you can see, it's kind of hard to control. I'm barely pressing throttles right now, like the sticks. Wish I could show you guys. Kind of show you. Nope. Cannot show you. So yeah, with these drones, there's nothing keeping it balanced like a normal drone, the FPV drones. So if I just like flick the stick, it'll just do whatever I want and crash. So it's really hard for an AI to figure it out, which is why I think this is going to be a multi-part process where we're going to have to teach the drone how to balance it first and then teach how to fly. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Oh, you know what it probably is? It's probably like my CPU stuff. Because of this. Because all of these neural networks are a little bit much. Is that better? Hey, making progress on world domination. Yeah, something like that. So I think I'm having a problem right now where when I start this, the stream might die a little bit. Let me check my CPU, my GPU. It doesn't max anything out. Does it look bad right now? This running? Yeah, so this drone is very hard to control, especially with how sensitive it's being right now. I think I could actually adjust the sensitivity. Advanced. I think if I switch to intermediate, it's not as throttle heavy. Is there an easy way to... Let's move this over here. Actually... I wonder if there's an easy way to maximize the game view. So I can only flip it over in advanced because intermediate is too weak, I guess. But it's much easier to control. I mean, I say that as yeah, that's better. So sensitivity was pretty high. But this is what I want the AI to be able to fly. I think if I realize it's not gonna be that interesting, I might try to make it do something else. But I think that this will be a difficult task for it. Right now, these little creatures down here are actually learning. They already figured out how to find food kind of on their own, using the wobble technique. They never move in straight lines, and I don't know why they never learned straight lines very well. Sometimes they do. Most of the time they jitter, though. Yeah, I'm just messing around with the drone. But this is what I want to get inputs figured out for. So for this, I think for project settings, input manager, I had to change all these. Yeah. Oh, cool. I could save these presets so I don't have to yeah, input manager preset. I'm just gonna put it right in my Unity folder. Oh, you need to save it inside of projects assets folder. Wonder how I load this in. Could I trick it and put it in a different project? Like the drone AI? Assets? Save? No. Why even give me the option then? If I have to put it in the exact folder you want. So let's go right here. That doesn't really help me, I don't think. Let's actually just copy over the folder. So if I just take this, assets, what was it? It was called, might be a hidden file. No, input manager preset. Let's just try to copy and paste this into a different project. Both of the input systems available in Unity are a bit of a confusing mess. Yeah, I'm getting that. I did this a while back to get the drone to work. Now I'm trying to get it to work in a different project. I really want it to work in both of these projects, but let's just try just this one for now. So could I just paste it in here? I feel like that's not going to work. I might have to also paste the meta file. Let's try that. Let's just go into this one. Edit settings, input manager. Yeah, so it doesn't show up. Yeah, so I don't think this is gonna work still. Yeah, no, it just says left Y is not set up. And I could just use the other one as a reference. Just go back and forth. So this one is to which project? Can I not open both at the same time either? Don't, maybe not. Not build settings. There's so many settings tabs in Unity that they should just be in one area. Like there's project settings, and then preferences, and build settings make sense to be different, but I guess just those two. Yes, not confused which project I'm looking at. Okay, cool. So we have them both up. Except when I click on this one, it brings the whole scene in view, so let's just, can't do that either. I can just move this to another window for now. I just checked these values are the same. Or make them the same, that is. So I said that left Y. Oh, left Y doesn't exist, that's why. So I have to add these. How do you add? Did I just rename things? So it looks like I renamed horizontal and vertical. No. Could I just add an element somehow? Yes, I have to edit settings and input. Consider using the new systems package instead. Input system package, do I have to install that? I guess I probably have to install that then. Oh, you add things by changing the length of the array at the top? Oh. That's what size is? That's kind of silly. But I guess... now I know. Yes, this one's 20, so I added 2. So let's just make that 20. Now it should be 2 more. Cancel, cancel, cancel. Okay. Yes, these are all cancel. So what I want is to figure out what I did. I feel like I might just add 4 because I don't want to overwrite horizontal and vertical. But there's already 2 of them. Why is there 2 of them? Oh, one's for keyboard, one's for controller. So over here I actually overwrote the keyboard one. So I should probably add 2 more. All right, now down here we could just start doing that. Thanks for the help. That was probably not gonna find that. Left. Y. Actually, I should just do this one and then duplicate it a few times. Took me a while to figure out which axes the controller uses for this drone package, but then once I figured it out, oh, that's a lowercase y. Okay. Now we're moving. You know what? Let me just try duplicating this. I saw you could do that. Duplicate. Yeah. Just gonna keep duplicating it 2 more times, because I think the other two are very similar. And now I could just delete these other extra ones. Okay. So this one I think is literally just called X, and that's the only difference. I'll double check though. So this one doesn't invert. Okay. Next one. Called right. Doesn't invert. I didn't change the axis of this one to X either. And this one is the 4th axis. See what I mean? It was kind of random. I know it was going to be 4th. I think that's good. Check, 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 check. Yep. And now we got right. Okay. This is the 5th axis. Okay. I think that's good. I don't think there's an apply button. I wish there was. It would feel nice. Okay, so I think we're good with that. Let's try it again. Run. No. Is there some way to apply that I didn't do? If I have to do that all over again. Did I do it in the wrong project? Oh, did I do it in Drone AI? I actually think I wanted it there. I did. Okay. That's fine, actually. I just have to import the drone package to the drone project, which takes a second. I thought I forgot to save it or something, even though I double checked. Still, these guys learning over here. If I shut off the drone, no. If I turn off the drone like that, yeah, you can see them. Training for my evolution simulator. This was a fun project. I actually want to revisit this. Again. Kind of all over the place this stream. I don't think I started on a single project. But that's okay. Okay, so now this should work. Let's next play. Because I'm that confident. Maybe I shouldn't be that confident. Definitely shouldn't be that confident. Something's a little weird. Oh, is it the... Is it the controls and not... Oh, it's just reversed from what I'm used to. It's not even the input settings, it's the drone settings, I guess. Where's the drone script? I feel like I remember there being like... Oh, this, okay. Right-handed. Yeah, why did it start with left-handed? That's the problem. Okay. I wonder if we could get the drone to fly around the sample scene. It's a little hard because, how do you restart? R? B? Oh, cool. It's a little hard because the drone would have to learn how to go over objects, and that's actually pretty hard. Did that not count? Hey, I did the thing. Okay, so we got it to work. I wonder where my inputs are going to, if that makes sense. I'm guessing it's this drone movement script, if that makes sense. So let's take a peek inside here. See what's going on. Okay, it doesn't do much. Flip drone on click, spacebar, or the... Oh, custom inputs. Perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. Oh, don't tell me this. Are they... Is this already hooked in? Custom inputs? So if I just get rid of yaw, I won't be able to control it in one dimension? Oh, I'm confusing myself. Let's just close that project. Okay. Which way can I not control it? I think I can control it all the ways. Yeah. Yaw is this. And I'm able to do it still. So that's not doing anything yet. Drone movement. Let's try something else, see if this works. Let's just make this 1. So it's the throttle should always be on now. If this is hooked in. I don't think it just works by default, though. Maybe there's a readme. Maybe I should read the readme. Yeah, I definitely should. Let's just see if it's automatically hooked in, and then if not, then we'll look at the readme, I guess. Okay, so it still appears I just have full control over it. Is there custom inputs? Trigger? Custom. Let's see if that is it. Well, it didn't work. Hover the variable names to see the original name for custom code access. If you want to feed your own movement values, if you're not sure how to do that, check the tutorial. Link from tutorial playlist is in the docs. Oh, okay. Yeah, so throttle 1 is full throttle. So maybe this demo is just for show, and if I actually put it in to here, it would work. Like that. Not what I wanted. Good. Why is this still an error? Oh. Good stuff. That's gonna confuse me later, and I know it. Just being lazy. Alright, let's try this now. Maybe now it will be full throttle? Let's not maximize on play. So that's what I want. Where is this variable? So this must be in the drone movement script, no? Oh, what's that? Oh. So that says 1. Huh. have to link it to itself. There's that. So now the throttle's always on. Weird, but we got it. So now the throttle's always on. Perfect. Okay, that's a little annoying. Let's set that back to 0, but then it should always set it back to 1. Yeah, cool. All right, so that works. I'm not sure. I think I can actually link the drone movement example script. Custom input demo. I think I can actually link this into the drone movement on this drone. So like if I take this custom input and drag it there, no. Okay. It's just the drone nimble itself. Okay. So I think we're figuring that out. So now I'm pretty sure it's right here that's working now. This. So I changed that back to not being a thing. I should be able to just fly it normally again. How do we change the scale of this thing? Okay, it's a little better. Okay, yeah, that's right. Maybe we'll just pause the scene and change the script, because in my other simulations that never works. That's not what I wanted. But if I just make this 1 and unpause, does it break? Usually my things break. I figure out how to not do that. Yeah, no, it doesn't break. Throttle's on all the time now. Perfect. So now I have to get a neural network on here. And that I'm pretty sure I could just copy from the other package. Yeah, yeah. Actually, I want to see something. So I just copied that scene, sample scene. I'll save the change that I just made. What happens if I run this? Okay, so it has most of the things. So it probably has the so maybe it doesn't have anything. That's the problem. Yeah. So exporting with dependencies didn't work. Like it knows where all my checkpoints were from the old map. But it doesn't know any of the objects. So you know what? I'm just gonna export everything from the other project. Because I'm gonna use a lot of it. I know I am. Wish I cleaned this project up a little more before doing this, because then I'm going to copy a lot of things that I'm not sure if they're being used or not. But that's like a whole task in itself, just removing things and seeing if it breaks. This chat needs more people. Where's everybody? I don't know. It's more people the other day. They usually trickle in though. I'm gonna be doing this at work either way, so might as well just be live, I figure. And it definitely keeps me more on task. I get less distracted when I'm live. This is definitely way more than I need to export. I don't want to clutter the other projects. But whoops. Or package. That might take a bit. Actually, that was really quick. I lied. So now let's see if this works. I should be able to import the scene in here now, and it should overwrite that one. File. It's import package, custom package. Documents Unity, yep, this. Does it not feel like when detectives leave you alone in the interrogation room with the camera on? That's one way to think of streaming, I guess. I guess in that instance, you don't know if anybody's watching you or not, so it's even worse. But at least now, kind of know people are definitely watching me, which I'm not sure if that makes it better or worse. So what's that stuff that it doesn't want to import? I guess it knows not to import it. Oh, it already has it. It's all the drone stuff. Okay. Could you choose where packages go? No. I hate that about importing things, because it just is going to fill up this assets folder. There has to be a better way to import things, because my projects get so bloated with like unorganized assets. I went to a plant store today and got this cool ivy plant. I've seen them in other places before, and I've always wanted just like to grow one, I guess, but I knew I would not be able to. And usually if they're big, they're really expensive, but this one was only like $25 for like a huge one. I thought it would be way more expensive than that. Okay, so this is working. It might not have all the same assets, but I think when you press play, it loads it. Ah. It did not like whatever I did. There's no fix available. I think my wife's got one of those somewhere around the house. Yeah. One of the billion houseplants in here. Yeah, my girlfriend has a lot. She's got two more. She got one of those and another big ivy looking thing. So why did Unity just die? Let's see if it's just gonna keep doing it. Oh, it actually looks better now. Just need a clean restart. That was weird. For a second, everything looked oddly blue. I think I'm running too many things at once though, because this is still running. Actually not sure why it looks so jittery. Oh, I know why. For the other project, to make the cars more consistent, I had to change the settings in the project settings and the timeline or time. I had to make these both 0.2, otherwise it skips things. So now every physics update is going to happen, I think. Oh, and there's a bunch of collider things that I had to do, but luckily I'm not trying to run this project. Because right now all the cars are colliding with each other, and that's like a physics setting that you could change in the project settings. So I think like if you go to project settings and physics, you could trigger what things collide with each other. And also none of my tags are in this project as well. So I guess when you export packages, it doesn't take your project, not even your project settings, but your tags or anything. It's good to know. I wonder if the same thing's true for, like, no, it can't be. I was gonna say packages on the Unity asset store, but it might be true because you don't want things with tags being uploaded to the asset store that would collide with somebody else's project. So maybe tags are just a local thing. But okay, so now we have these scripts to just copy from. That's all I wanted. All of these assets that I like. And since we're not using the scene, I actually know some of the things that I could delete. But now, like, if I wanted to, I could go to the other scene. Oh, I didn't make a new scene for this, so we want to create a new scene. Drone AI. Now I should be able to take pieces from both projects now, or multiple things. Which makes me think that it's better to have one scene, or one project, and then just have multiple scenes in it for different projects. Because I could have just done this in the other project. I wonder how, I guess most people don't make that many projects in Unity like I do. Because they're actually making real games and not simulations, but I think that if I separate my simulations in scenes instead of full Unity projects, it could be easier to just jump from one to the other and copy things across. Yeah, I think so. That might be what I do from now on. So I might even go back to the other one later. But anything that I do here, I could just copy over pretty easily. It's not like all is lost if I work in this new scene. I have about 3,000 project folders, yeah. Yeah, so I like to reuse a lot of the assets, so I'm trying to figure out an easy way to do that. For myself, at least. I know how to get them off the asset store, but just now it was kind of a little bit of a pain. Probably doing it wrong. I'll probably have to look that up. What the right way to do it is. Can you open multiple scenes at once? Like up here? Can I add like a new tab? And I mainly make games, yeah, so you probably have a lot. I'm pretty sure that if I just pop this out, it won't do anything. Oh, well. No. So I'm trying to do... I don't think it's possible. Yeah. Me either. That's fine, I guess. Just a little annoying. So I'm gonna... I just want to take all the plants, copy it, go into the drone, paste the plants. I mean, that's not the worst. I'm not going to be doing this that often anyways, just to set it up in the beginning. Okay, so I have... Well, this usually goes on the side. This cough is annoying. So my camera was definitely a lot brighter previously. I don't know how I did that. Oh, can you make the intensity? Oh, you can make it greater than 1. I guess that's a hacky way to do it for now. That looks still pretty bad. How'd I get the light looking so good in the other project? Well, I mean, isn't that the whole point of doing this? I could just copy it again. Because it is right here. Actually, no, I think it's still not here. Does this look better? I think it looks a little better. Oh yeah, that's actually a lot better. What did I do? Oh, it's the camera controls, not the, No, because even in the scene view it looks right. I'm just thinking myself. Let's try, let's just copy and paste this. The other one. Still doesn't look right. I must have changed something else. So lighting, I probably did something there. Rendering, lighting. It's kind of cool. It's like breakcast. Oh, I think, did I have a sun source instead of a light? The ambient color might be it. Hi, Maggie. How's it going? Oh, I did do this once. Lighting settings. It's probably actually... It's very dark by default. Yeah. This doesn't seem like it's making any differences. Yeah, I think that's it. Maybe. I mean, that helps a little bit. Still doesn't seem right. I'm just gonna leave it like this for now. Tick auto-generate? Saw it down here. Oh, auto-generate. No way. So it's processing. Is it adjusting right now, or is it just my eyes? Oh, hey Nick, I didn't even realize it was a different person. And aloha from Hawaii. No way, that's awesome. Believe it or not, I was actually looking at going to Hawaii soon. Me and my girlfriend actually went on a almost 48 state road trip. We still have to go to Maine also. And then to hit all 50 states, it's Hawaii and Alaska next. Any advice on where to go in Hawaii? Okay. Did that work? Oh, it just finished, I think. So did I mess it up by changing the ambient color? I definitely did. Is the lighting working? I think so. I think I broke it though. Oh, no, no, no. Actually, it looks better than it did before. Does it not? That actually looks somewhat decent. The sun's angle is a little weird. Nice, we're on the big island. Love it, lots to do. That's awesome. I've always wanted to live somewhere like warm. And like, I did want to live somewhere near the sea and tropical for a long time when I was younger. For some reason when I was younger, I always had like some strange goal of wanting to do like free diving all the time. But I never did it really. I'd just sit in my pool, hold my breath, waiting for the day. Desert, rainforest, lava to snow, and everything in between. Really, there's that much different weather there. I didn't think there was that much different weather that you get. Okay, so I have everything set up. Now I actually need to get the drone put back in here. So I could just take that from the other demo scene, I think, for the drones. Can I just copy these two things? And then I think on the drone, if I give it a camera, I'd survive for about 3 days in a hot climate. Yeah, I'm in the snow right now, but I do wish it would be warmer, especially every winter I get this way. I'm like, I want to move somewhere warm. Then the summer comes and I think I could bear it for another winter, and then the winter comes and I would change my mind again. I want to get out. Snow only on the top of the mountain in winter. Wind mostly comes from the east, so the west side of most islands are in a rain shadow. Oh wow, that's crazy. I bet the smaller islands don't get that as much. So let's see, what happens if I do this? Okay, so the drone just flies and the camera stays somewhere. Oh, I think the drone is under the map, yeah. For some reason this map is a little high. If I select the map and the ground, I think I can move everything at once. I think I might have moved it a little too far. Same. And exactly right? Okay, yeah. Okay, so how do I make this camera follow the drone? Oh, maybe I just have to copy the camera that the drone had. Main camera, and then does it have like a follow script? Yeah. Okay. I could either just copy the script, but I'll just copy the whole camera because they might do other things that I don't know about. I'm from Romania, but I've been living in England for 3 years now. It's only snowed once for a few hours since I've been here. I miss snow. Oh wow. That's crazy. So what's the weather normally like? It's just warm. Doesn't get cold enough? But you said you don't live somewhere hot, so somewhere in the middle, I guess. Or you just don't go outside when it's hot. I would do that. I want somewhere that's like the nice temperature all the time. But then I might get bored of that too. Never know. Oh, I didn't paste the camera. That's one. I think I could just delete this one. Rainy, wet, and rainy. You don't sound very happy about that. Okay, so it's working, I think. If I can't control it. It's on custom, okay. Hey, there we go. We got our drone in our scene. There's no racetrack anymore. This makes me realize that the scene's actually bigger. Or maybe the drone's smaller than it should be. Because I should be moving a lot faster than this. These trees are like buildings. Or my drone's really slow. I think everything's bigger than I think it is though. Do a power loop. Yeah, the controls are a little not sensitive enough for me. But it's not really for me, it's for the AI that we're gonna make. I guess you'd have to adjust these curves if you really wanted to adjust it. This one was too sensitive for me. I mean, I guess I could get used to it. No, I can't. It's too sensitive. Sorry if this is such a small window, guys. I just realized it's like the smallest thing ever. It's a little better. You can maximize it too, but maximize this too. What am I doing? All right, so now what we need to do is copy our neural network from the driving AI. There's a lot to do. It's not as easy as just putting the neural network right on the drone itself. But that's step one. Really, step one is setting up a round-based system. But we might be able to steal that from the car one as well. You know what? Could I just copy everything? From in here. Just into a folder in here. Let me make a new empty. Driving AI. So I'm just gonna paste everything in here. Paste this child. And then I'm just going to, oh, it didn't. I think I pasted too much stuff at once, but then I'm just gonna shut it off. Or shut it off. So now if I want something, I could just take it without switching scenes so often. Have you ever been to Italy? I know you mentioned you're of Italian descent last stream. No, I haven't. I think the only place I've ever been outside of the US is probably Mexico. I went to Cancun, Canada. I drove through Canada on the road trip as well. And then the Bahamas once when I was really young. So, but I definitely would like to. I have a lot of places I'd like to visit. I definitely have like a lot of distant family that I don't know about at all. It'd be cool to find them. I think my one grandma actually did that using like Ancestry, and she found out a lot of people that I'm related to over there. You've lived there for some years? That's pretty cool. I feel like that has a lot of nice weather too in certain areas. It's a cool country. Yeah, I definitely want to visit. It's on the bucket list. I would love to be able to just like go somewhere for a few months at a time so you don't just get the touristy feel. You can actually like understand what it's like to be there. Because anywhere is great when you're there for a week. That's why people do like those staycations where they just go to a hotel for a week, even though it's like an hour away. It just feels different. So now I have all these things in here, I should be able to go to the car and take a lot of things that we need. So like we need this neural network. Copy component. I'm just gonna put it on our drone. This is an easier way. This is an easier way to do things. Paste component as new. So I had a scorekeeper on the other one. It was on this canvas. I don't know why I put it on the canvas. I should actually make a new object called scorekeeper. Now that I know that you could do that. I used to think that everything had to be on an object. That was a thing. But I didn't realize you could just have objects hold a script. And I like doing that. Oops. No. Get it back out of there. Alright, I just put it down here. I'm trying to relearn Italian. I was 7 to 10 years old, so I can't remember much. But your mom's still fluent. Yeah, I always wanted to learn a second language well. I've tried. I can't even say I tried. I like barely tried a few times. I was horrible at it in school. We were supposed to learn Spanish, and I took French class too, but nothing stuck from that. Absolutely nothing. But I definitely like to learn enough to be able to do everything, I guess. Like, I don't have to have good conversation, just to be able to like survive. So this is probably gonna have errors. But I got rid of the console. Yeah, it's gonna say a lot of things are not referenced, because they're not. Well, we just added a scorekeeper. Well, I didn't actually add the scorekeeper object yet. Scorekeeper was on the canvas. I said I'm not sure if I copied it already, but these are not going to work for these drones yet. Oh, I don't want to paste it as a child. I want to paste it as a component. Okay. So now if we go to our drone, we should be able to drag in the reference to the scorekeeper. And the scorekeeper is like the round based thing. And then also in the scorekeeper, instead of our car prefab, we could probably use a drone prefab. I don't know if it actually has to be called prefab. Could I just take this drone and put it right here? Will it spawn a bunch of drones? Something still in neural network. Oh, why didn't that work? It's because I did it in play mode. Did I do it in play mode? Oh, I guess, did I just do everything in play mode? I hate when I do that. I think I did. Oh, Unity. Okay, you know what, before... Right after I do this, I'm gonna do the setting in Unity where when you press play on your in play mode, everything turns red. Because I do this too often, where I just make changes and I don't realize they're not gonna be saved. But I've seen somebody have it where everything turns reddish when you're in play mode, so you just know. Which one did I just copy? Let's check. Of course. Oh, it's already there. Okay, so the neural network stuck. Scorekeeper didn't. I think there's a way to actually save changes you've made while in play mode. Really? I'll have to figure that one out. Can't remember the hotkey for it. Okay. My problem's not like... I guess maybe if I could save in play mode, I'd do it out of habit, but when I undo it... Right-click on the component to open the context menu. Click Save Now or Save when exiting play mode. Oh, save when exiting play mode. Does it only work for a specific component though? No idea. Because I can't find that. Oh. Paste that component to make the drone the prefab. Did I do this all before? I mean, I did, but was I actually in play mode or did it just not work for a different reason? So now the drone, I'm gonna put the scorekeeper on. Let me press play. Okay, it still doesn't like it, and it seems like it... Oh, it made a clone. It made one clone. But I don't think it liked that. So that's the clone, and this is the regular one. They're both in the same place. And they both probably use the same controls. Oh wait, no, the camera doesn't know the difference between the two. I'd have to look at the scene view to see where they are. So where's this one? Yeah, so this one fell in a different spot. You can't. I wish you could actually see these drones. They don't actually have bodies. Well, in this one I should do it. Where is it? How many neurons do you plan on giving the drone? I don't know yet. For the car, I gave it not that many. It had a lot of inputs because it had all the raycasts, so there were 15 inputs. And then I had 8-ish hidden neurons. Sometimes I'd make it 16, and then I only had like 4 or 5 outputs. And when I had it at 16, it was definitely overkill for the driving. Once I added jumping though, it seemed like it needed a little bit more, like 16 was good. But for this, I feel like we're gonna have to do something different. So maybe for just balancing, I'll start off with like a little bit, so it trains faster. And then if it's not figuring it out, I'll up it. So why don't I have a skybox? Is it just over here? I actually don't want to see the wireframe either. There we go. Oh, did I do that to the skybox? Maybe I did. So I tried adding this sphere. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Oh, it's just very tiny. Oh, so the drone does have a body. It's just so tiny. So this simulation is huge. Could I possibly just scale up the drone? Is that cheating? Will it mess with all of its physics? Probably. Yeah, like if I just take the drone and make it bigger, this is not gonna work. Is it faster now? Because that actually you can kind of see, and it looks about drone sized. I might have to just shrink everything else. I did that in play mode, but I knew. It doesn't even, it's not on the ground. Is that even the drone? Let me just see what that does. Oh, I lost control of it because the neural network thing. So you know what I should do actually? I actually made a different neural network script. This one right here, neural network for viewers, and it's actually removes all of the driving stuff, and it's just a well-made network that's easy to use. So this one's actually easier to use than the other one. It's going to be easier to adapt to a new project because I made it that way on purpose. So maybe we could use this instead. This doesn't have any of the preconceived things that the other one does. A tardigrade has 200 neurons. I want to make a tardigrade. That's interesting. There's actually so they found out a new way to make a neural network learn how to drive, which is kind of fitting since that's what I did. But they did it like a real, using like imagery, based off of a way that some worm's brain is set up. It only has like 13 neurons or something, but they're connected in such a way that everything loops back on itself, and it's able to figure it out with a relatively simple network. Probably find it. Oh. Sorry. What is it called? I know the name of it. So I was interested in this too. Actually, I watched the whole video about it. This one, probably. Maybe not. So they're teaching worms to drive, that will end well. Yeah. What is that name? Primordial Demon Ancient Fear. Thanks for the subscription. I don't know how you made your name look like that. How do I... Oh, yeah. Moderating stuff. If I look at the images, all I wanted to see is a picture of it. It's like an image that loops back a lot. The one I'm thinking of specifically. I guess it's hard to... Oh, this one. This is it. Yeah, so it looks like this. It's a little hard to see. But it basically just uses... Maybe it's more than 13. Maybe that's 13. But it just uses this many neurons, and they're all looped back in a certain way and it learns how to see the edges of the roads, which is what this is doing. So it just gives it this picture, and it shows it like what's drivable using just this many neurons. So it's able to actually process a whole image with just that many neurons in its brain. I've always wondered about loops and stuff in neural networks. I mean, purely doing feed forward leaves no possibility for any kind of memory, so there's got to be an advantage. Yeah, I was actually going to do that for the driving AI. I skipped to the drone just because it's going to be easier to do, I think, to get set up, and because the cars don't work that well. But for the driving, I mean, I want to do recurrent networks to get them to drift, because right now they don't really drift well, I guess. They actually recently learned how to drift a little bit better when I changed the track up, but they don't know how to like drift around a turn, because when they're in a turn, they don't know if they were drifting before, so you sometimes just see them like spam the button a little bit, but they don't hold it like they're drifting. But that's because they have no memory of what they were doing like literally a millisecond before. So I think if I told them you started a drift, they might continue it, but that's just high hopes. I feel like that might be harder for them to learn than I'm thinking. But you can definitely teach them better behavior by giving it some sort of memory. Actually, I was watching the Tesla AI Day video. It's like an hour or two long, where they just talk about how the AI in the Tesla works. And it has two different types of memory. It has one that's based on time. So it's not just a second before. They actually have like a buffer for like a minute of memory or something like that. And then there's also one based on distance. So that way you don't want the car to forget things when you're stopped at a red light, because it might just forget that it stopped at a red light. So they actually have one that says like, oh, if I drive a mile, then I should start forgetting things. Or if a minute passes, I should forget it as well. So give them points for rear axle slippage. That's actually not a bad idea, because I wasn't sure how to encourage it. I guess I could try to force drifting on them. Give points for most skid marks. Because that's actually like a feature of the car, is it leaves skid marks. So maybe I could find a way to give them credit while they're skidding. Say rear axle though. That's not a bad idea. But I wasn't sure if I wanted to force them to drift, because I want them to actually learn how to drive fast around the track, and maybe drifting is better than not. But maybe if I force them to drift, they'll just do it just because. So I think what I said before is that I'm just going to use this neural network instead. They may not be faster though. Drifting is not faster typically, yeah. Recall seeing an article about an implant for people with memory problems. I can't recall the specifics, but I think they interfaced the device with the brain and took data in and allowed the brain to get data out. Really? We're that far in technology? I didn't think that would happen for a while. Imagine just having like a flash drive in your brain. That's insane. Eventually, once they figure it out, they're only getting better at it by the years. Crazy to think that will be possible someday, probably. I don't even think it's like a if it will be possible. It definitely will be. Just when. It's crazy. But then it's like the ship thing, where if you slowly replace pieces of a ship, when does it become a different ship? It's like, when do you just become a robot at that point? I think it's mainly because the brain just figures it out by itself. We're adaptable little meat chunks, yeah. How could I... So is this neural network script actually a different script from the previous one? Probably if I open this... No, it opened the same one. So this is the same exact script from the other project? That's bad. No, it's not, actually. The other one's here. Okay. So since this is an independent file, I could actually just copy and paste this. It won't have the quick save, but I'll know that's in the other file as well. Okay. Oh boy, that's a lot of errors. Oh, it's because this is called neural network for viewers. All better. So yeah, this one has 4 input nodes. I actually don't know what the input nodes are going to be yet for the drone. I guess that's something to think about. So the drone, I mean, let's get it out of the way of this sign. I didn't try the drone after I made it bigger. It's probably not going to work well. I should really just make everything else smaller, I guess. So the drone, what could we do as inputs? Its speed. For now, I just want to give it a small task. The first task is going to be hover and balance. Hover and balance. What does it need for that? It needs to know its position, where we want it to hover, and its rotation. So position, rotation, and then target position. That's not that much. That's like 6 inputs, maybe 7. But that's not letting it actually see things either. But that seems relatively easy. So let's start with that. So if we go to the drone now, the neural network script has probably changed. Oh wait, it didn't. Round num. Neural network does not. So the scorekeeper? Oh, the scorekeeper is referencing the old neural network script. So since we're not dealing with cars anymore, this won't work. Yeah, anything that was based off of car won't really work. Okay. Let's see now. Should change this down here. Cool, it doesn't need anything really. Does current velocity actually work? No. Scorekeeper. I feel like we should almost just start over. There's so much that's pre-built in that's just gonna be getting in the way. So we need a way to give the cars a score, or the drones a score. That's what the old drone thing did. Let's give it a drone script, I guess. I like knowing how many drones we have, so let's just replace everything. Just do one at a time. Okay. Let's just keep running it and seeing what errors we get. We're gonna get a couple more. Oh, drone cannot be found. I didn't actually make the drone script. Let's do a script. Call it drone. Okay, so I should get rid of that error. We get base drone off the car one. Let's see what things we need. Oops. Why isn't that working? Okay. Just doing it too quick. So I want to base this off of the car one. We're not going to copy it exactly. We just need some things. Like we need an ID. These are things to do with the track. We don't need any of that. We don't need that. A stopwatch. I think I had every single car keeping track of their score. Like the time, which is kind of dumb. Maybe I didn't actually do it that way. No, I did. It's right here. Stopwatch plus equals. Why did I... That should be totally a scoreboard, or a scorekeeper thing to do. Keep track of the time. But instead I made it, on every single car. So they all had a stopwatch individually. Which I feel like could have definitely messed up the scores, because what if one of the cars lied? I mean, they wouldn't want to, but what if the timing was slightly off and gave it a better score than it should have gotten because of the frame rate or something? It is in fixed update though, which solves that problem usually. Is there anything else that I need? So this is when it collides with the finish line. We're not doing that. But this is how it's getting a score. So we want to replace this with its distance away from the checkpoint. Yeah, so basically all of these things have to do with checkpoints, which is kind of good because that means we don't actually need that much from this file. Until we actually make a track for the drone. I think I found it. What'd you find? Let's try to run this now. I feel like there actually isn't that much that I need. It still says that, doesn't it? Oh, the brain implant paper? That's pretty cool. Check that. Can I not copy and paste? Was this like a recent discovery? Because I know that like the what is it? Neuralink has been trying to do stuff like that. Oh, it's actually not that. Maybe it is new. But I feel like virtual tardigrades are a more noble pursuit. Are you the one that told me about the Bibbits the other day? I've known about the Bibbits for a while, but it's kind of like that. So I feel like if you're into virtual tardigrades, tardigrades, I'm not sure if I'm saying it right, then you'd like the Bibbits. I actually just posted a new video after like 6 months of not posting. Show you what they look like. Oh, 2 ads, really? Usually I have ad blocker for this. Oh. Little creatures. And they actually learn how to do that stuff, like attack each other. It's pretty crazy. It's like an evolution simulator. He's got it down pretty good. He's been working on this for a while. He said it was something like 5 years he's been working on it. At least, I think since 2015, he said in the video. And I feel like I've been watching his progress since then. I don't think I'm the one that mentioned them, but I've seen them around. Yeah, they're pretty cool. I always wish he did more, but apparently now he's going full time with it. He's gonna focus more on it. Oh, so what's this car prefab? Yeah, so we need a public game object. Because the scorekeeper we're actually using. Oh wait, but we actually do that. Because it's just a prefab, so... These drones are going to be tricky. Oops. I'm just trying to think about what else I need to do, because it's definitely a little bit of a mess setting up a round-based system like this and replacing the object that's getting scored in the round of it. I'd like to make it easier for people and build some sort of better system. Might work on that. Like make it easier to do this. Oh, this whole thing's frozen. How long's that been? I have to quit it. Yeah, Unity's just frozen. I saw something cool. It was called Control Shift Escape. Hey, remember the shortcut. Ran out of memory. So yeah, Control Shift Escape is Task Manager instead of Control Alt Delete. Now I only really need one project open because I put everything in here. Um. Did I break it? It doesn't like all of the file things I've been doing. Hopefully now it works. No. I think I really broke it this time. Maybe there's another Unity. Yeah, like, what's this? Let's just end that as well. Just trying to quit anything that has the word Unity in it. Maybe now will be good. This doesn't work. I don't know what it'll do. That looks better. Something was just still running in the background, I guess. Computer restart would have fixed that too, but glad I didn't have to. What's this? This is just a different scene. I actually have scenes. I definitely didn't save that often, I don't think. What do we get? Ugh, oof. Smell. Well, at least the changes we made to the scripts are existent. They exist. But could I add a script that I already made? So like neural network? Yeah, cool. That's actually an easier way to add these things. I have to get the autosave asset, unless Unity finally added autosave to its to Unity, like if they added it, but if not, I think there's an asset you could get that forces autosave. And I also have to press save more often. I used to be scarred into pressing save often using like Python and stuff before autosave was a thing. Now I just don't do it enough. Okay. So this scorekeeper script has a lot of bloat in it. Undo levels, all of them? Wait. I press Control S even when I shouldn't. Yeah. I have to get back into that habit. What do you mean by undo levels? Just need lots of undo levels. That's how I code. I don't know why I keep scrolling in and out. So yeah, this scorekeeper script is an absolute mess. I think we should start a new script and take what we want. So it's like get best scores will be useful. It sorts the cars in this case by the highest score. We'll just have to do that for drones. So you know what? Let's do that. Let's just add a new script. Score. I feel like maybe it should be called Round Keeper or Round Handler. Yeah, Round Handler. That's what it is. It like handles the rounds and the scores. I guess it does too. But now what we could do is just take what we want and leave what we don't. It's easier. So like I said, let's get best scores. We'll take yoink. Where's the end of this, is it? It's not really all, okay. I'm gonna take it, but then I'm also gonna simplify it. So I don't need all these debug things. These are just old. Let's make this bigger. All right, sure as I didn't leave any comments. So while the scores are not sorted, we sort the scores. We just keep looping over them and swapping scores until they're in order. And then after that, we check to see which score. What do we do? So we sort them, but then we check which one's the highest score, which is kind of weird to me because if we sorted them, it should be the first car or the last car in the list. But I think I tried that and it didn't work well, so I just double checked to make sure if I'm remembering correctly. And then I saved the best score ever. That's good to do. So I have to make all these variables that are in red. So best score ever, car reference. The spawning system was a little weird in the last car video, but it might be the right way to do it. So we had a lot of variables. So best score ever we could take. That makes sense to have. Scores is an array of scores. Car reference. This is just a list of, I guess we could do that, but call it drone reference or object reference. I like calling it object reference because then anybody could use it without renaming it. Object reference list. Let's replace that. So what was it called? Car reference. object reference list. Okay. So this order by is part of a package. I think it's system link. Maybe. Yeah, it says it's being used, so. The text we don't really need yet. That text we don't need yet. We'll leave all these texts out of here. Round number makes sense. We'll take round number. Sorry if this is a little boring. This is just the copy and paste part. We're gonna need mutation rate and mutation amount. These are part of the neural network stuff. It really should go in the neural network script, but it also should be here, so we can easily link it to the UI. Or maybe we should make a separate script called neural network settings. I'll add that as a comment. Should add neural networks settings in a separate file. Neural network settings. Okay. So these loading rounds after I did the save system. Index, what's index? Scores and index I know I used. Did I copy scores? I did. So I think I need to copy index as well. Index is kind of like the IDs of the cars, so I know which car has the highest score. So if car 43 has the highest score, it will be index 1 in this case. Time score is not 8. So is there any errors now? Is best car ever? I'm confused what that was doing. Is best car ever equals true? Also, if there is a best car ever, then I would probably do something like update the UI for the best car ever, or do something to it, like save the car's brain. I think that's what I did. Like if it was the best car ever, I saved the brain. For now, we don't actually need that. We could just save the best score ever. Okay, so this should not have as many errors as it had before. It doesn't need as much. Okay. So I think we should be able to, yeah, should be able to fly around. No? Oh, that's right. Before I had to change the drone's settings to righty, or not righty, not custom, joystick and right-handed, yeah. It's looking great, thanks. You guys hear that? Flying around a little bit. Guess 1080 is fine. How's this look? Is this too small for you guys? I'd like to make it as big as I can without... I think I need to find out better one screen management. I usually have multiple screens, so I just put everything everywhere, but on stream you can only have one at a time for people to look at. Looks fine to you? Awesome. So for some reason, my inputs are inverted. That one makes sense. But my roll is inverted. I just know that sometimes on stream, like, things can look smaller. Because especially if I'm only streaming in 1080, but my monitor is like 2K. That's why I make everything just slightly bigger. It's easier to see. Yes, why is my controller inverse? It wasn't like that before. Right-handed. Project settings, input manager. So which one did it say is which? Roll? Which one's my trouble? I think it's roll. So roll is right X. So maybe I have to invert this? I don't think I did before. Let's see. Yeah, that's right now. Oh wait, no. Oh, now my pitch is off. Wait, no. Yeah, pitch is off. But roll is right. So now the roll's right. The pitch is off? What? You guys had to invert both of these? Oh, so this is roll. Oh, I'm all over the place. Yeah, that's just wrong. Okay. So did I just mess it up even worse? Let's see. Let's undo what I just did and see what the original problem was. I think I messed it up more. Project settings. So uninvert these. Now it's right? I didn't change anything. Weird. First time it was definitely reversed though. I wonder how the drone calculates its speed. Because what I think I should actually do is just make everything else smaller. Just a little bit. It's just definitely going to be like a guess. Let's see what that feels like. To fly around. Because I've played other simulators before, so I just kind of know what it should feel like flying around trees. I mean, it definitely feels speedier now. A little more realistic. My camera angle is a little low. Crashing in these trees won't do anything, but I'm just practicing. I get my focus face on when I'm flying things like this or playing Rocket League. It's funny. Oh, okay. There we go. Lost the drone. I also want to make an actual game out of a drone. I think it would be really cool. Because there's drone simulators out there, but there's no drone games that teach you how to fly a real drone. Tons of games with like cars and things like that. But those don't actually teach you real skills if you're using it with a controller. But if you fly an FPV drone in a game with a controller, you're actually learning how to fly a real one in real life. So I think that could be really cool to do. Make some sort of like capture the flag type thing. So let's bring everything up again. How do you hide this from your scene view? Do you just move it somewhere else, or does that mess it up? Like if I just take that and yoink it over there. You can't. Oh, okay, you can't. Yeah, no. I guess you just do that. Does it still exist? Oh, okay. So you can just hide it. So the cool thing is I'd want to see what the drone does. I mean, what the AI does. So since we have this little control thing here, you can hide the gizmos tab. Oh, so I can hide everything. That's right. So I could choose things too. Specify what I want. I usually never want to see the UI unless I'm working on it, so I'll just leave it off like that. So I feel like we have to go back to our scripts now. So at least now we actually have something running that doesn't have errors, so we can just slowly add stuff. So basically this round handler is just gonna need to have a timer. So that's what this round time is. Oops. It'll control how long each round is before it resets all the drones. Total drones is important. I don't really have an organization for this. I guess total drones could go near like round num. Actually, no. I'm trying to put things that you configure next to each other, and things that you don't, not next to each other. So these are all automatic. These are just for the code itself, and then these things you could set and change. So why is this? So the reason this is protected is because if you change the number of drones while they're training, it breaks. I should change that so it doesn't break. So that'd be a cool thing to change, just randomly during one of the rounds, just change it to like 1,000 drones. It'll slow down a lot, but at least you could change it at some point. Stream's probably a little boring because it's mostly just laying the foundation for the drone video. Lots of copying and pasting. But hey, that's programming. Copy chance is also a good configurable. It's part of the neural network stuff. I don't know what that is. Fixed delta time. I guess I don't use it. We don't mind? Okay. Yeah, we're all just hanging out. Okay, I think that's almost everything. Let me just double check. Game speed I could take as well. That's also configurable. So I could go there. It's fine, pretty much what I'm doing now, resolving 3-year-old open tickets, yeah. That's funny. 3 years old, wow. Really going into the backlog there. Hello, John. Hello. Oh, I'm gonna mess up this name. Pranav? Pranav sounds right. I got Unity open on one screen and I'm pretending that I'm not procrastinating yet. I do that all the time. Pretend I'm not procrastinating. I actually had to start, the other day, I think, I haven't done it in a bit, but last week I just had to turn off my Wi-Fi and internet completely just because there's so many distractions that you can't even control. Like sometimes I'll open a browser for a purpose, and then something will pop up and I'll just start using it for something else, and I don't even realize it happened. So, I just have to get rid of the internet completely for a little bit. Doing a launch in a couple weeks, so picking the low-hanging fruit and bumping the version on the rest. Oh, cool. What are you launching, if you could say anything about it, if you're allowed to? Okay, so we have this get best scores thing. Now I need a way to spawn all of the drones in the beginning. So we need many drones to train each round. So I think that this is right here. So at the start of the round, so at the start of the round, it spawns all these drones. However many drones you set with total drones. So this all makes sense to copy right here. But then, game speed 2, that makes sense. This was something I added so I could film the video easily. And this was just something random. Okay, so I think I'm gonna copy all of this into the start. Oh, I forgot. I keep forgetting. I added a mute button, so when I cough, it's kind of hard to press though, because my cough is like random right now. It's just an annoying cough. I actually set up my Stream Deck for once, so I could mute things like myself. I said I'm muted. I think it worked. For a college course materials manager site, our latest client had a ton of improvements and we're launching those. Oh, awesome. College course materials manager site. Oh, okay. So I see. I know what it is, because when I was in college, there was like a single place you'd go to log in, and they'd had all the course materials on it. They could access it. So it's something like that, I bet. Blackboard, I think it was called when I used it. That industry has probably been going crazy lately. Since all the classes have gone online the last few years. Let's instructors choose the books for the upcoming year. Yeah, okay. Oh, it's because I changed the name to drone reference. Oh no, I didn't even make it drone reference. It's object reference list. Car prefab? Did I replace that with something else? I thought I did. I need to make a drone prefab. I know how to make a prefab. I forgot how easy it is. I just have to drag it from the scene into the folder section. So I'm gonna make object prefab. How do you do? Okay, it's just a game object. So game object. Is it weird calling it object? Because I'm calling it an object so you could replace it with anything, because right now I'm just replacing the drone with a car with a drone. So I don't want to have to rename variables, but they're both objects, so like they're the object of this ground handler, it's like the main focus. It's pretty bad, but I think I'll leave it. Object prefab. Start position does not exist. That's something I could copy. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't realize that these things were a thing. Start position I need, that's not a bad one. So all the drones start in the same spot. And then this car score thing I think will be useful. I don't really have to do anything with it for a while. But I'll just rename its object score. Object score. Okay. I don't know how to get rid of these. I mean, they're kind of useful, but everything has references above it. That's kind of new. Could call them mobs like in Minecraft. It's like in Minecraft, it's short for mobile entities, huh? Interesting. Total mobs, total... Yeah, what's a good way to call things? Thoughts on GitHub Copilot? It's pretty crazy. I haven't used it yet. It seems like it could be pretty useful. Wow, that's funny. I installed it recently, but I only installed it because I was looking for extensions on VS Code, and I was looking at like the most popular ones, and I saw it was there, so I was like, oh, did they release it? But you have to have like a specific login to be able to use it. So I think, unless they released it since then. It'll be cool once they open it up to the public, but yeah, it's pretty crazy. It'll definitely be useful for simple things so far. It seems like if you do anything really complex, it will kind of mess up. But when I say simple, it's not that simple. You could tell it to make a button with a function attached to the button, and it will just do all that for you. So that makes programming a lot easier, I think. I don't think it will replace programmers, it'll just make it easier for them. But I think it's also a skill too. Like it'll be a skill to be able to learn GitHub Copilot well. So there might be people that specialize in that in the future. We'll stink if everybody has to learn it though, because then it's like all your... Actually, maybe not. I was gonna say it stinks if everybody has to learn it, because then it will just make all your learning be useless, kind of, but really you have to understand what GitHub Copilot is doing as of right now, until it becomes a sentient being. It could just write its own code. Then we're out of jobs. Yeah, at which point do you get an AI that could write code to write an AI and just slowly improve it, and it's just a feedback loop where it just writes the best AI ever, and then that AI writes another AI. I think that's when we'll hit the singularity. I am still calling things drones, but I'm trying to get rid of that, like I said. It's a proof that we were gonna hit singularity soon, yeah. The fact that we're like 2 steps removed. Probably a decade or 2 around the corner, yeah. Could be. Okay, so what I have to do is go into the scene and give our scorekeeper a prefab to create drones with. The only thing is, with my cars, I made sure that they were really efficient, so I could have many of them. But with these drones, I have no idea how complicated they are. So I'm not sure if having like 50 of them is even possible. That's something I didn't think about until this moment. Or if the drones might not even work with multiple drones in a scene. I feel like they might though. So yeah, let's make this a prefab. So we have our prefabs folder, and I think you literally just could drag this after. I'll give Unity a minute, I don't want to freak it out, okay? So I just take this and drag it down here. Original prefab, I think. Okay, so now it's a prefab. Prefab. With programming, there's so many words that you learn to say just by reading them, and then you question if you've been saying it wrong for a while. Like, is it prefab or prefab? I feel like it might be prefab. I think I was right, but I might not be. I feel like I haven't heard somebody say it. Maybe that's a sign I should be watching more tutorials instead of just figuring it out on my own. Usually I watch a lot of tutorials. I feel like Unity's the only thing that I've kind of just been banging my head against the wall with just to figure things out. But I do look things up a lot when I run into a problem. Okay, so we actually don't even need this. Oh, it's short for prefabricated. So you have it right, prefab. Okay. Okay, I never knew that either. Yeah, I think it's short for prefabricate. One second. All right. So we have our not a neural network, I'm looking at the wrong thing. So now we could take our drone scorekeeper or round handler and give it the prefab I was gonna say. But it doesn't want a prefab. Because there's an error. Oh wait, is it saying scorekeeper? I actually don't want scorekeeper anymore. So let's delete that. Does that help? The object you want to instantiate is null. So in round handler, we need object prefab O. Public. Okay. Now it'll be there. LL said at the same time, yeah, you guys did. So I should just be able to take this drone, put it there. We should see a bunch of drones pop up. Oh, I didn't actually spawn them in yet. I think it just made one. Oh yeah, there's no... Wait. So if I get rid of this drone, like if I deactivate it, and then I press start, do we still see a drone? We do. So this is not... This is the clone now that I'm flying. I think. Might be wrong, but if I enable the other one and click on this, we should see two drones. I wonder if we can see each other. I don't know where it is though. Yeah, no idea. So it made one drone for some reason. But only one. Okay, so we got a clone. That's actually good. Let's see what the script's doing to do that. I didn't think I added any clones yet. Total drones. Oh, so it is supposed to be making them. It should actually be making 10, I think. A 100 it should be making. So there must be an error somewhere. Which object is not? Motor UI manager. So it seems like the car has a the drone prefab. It's a built-in UI. Let's move this over here. I think. I like that better over there. So let's see. Actually, no, I don't like that there. So I'm confused why we can't just have multiple prefabs. Like, if I just drag one in. Another one. Another one. Oh. Now I made a bunch. But it's calling it Spark Me. Okay, there's one flying. So we could control more than one drone at the same time. I'm controlling both right now with the same throttle. So that's why that one's impossible to control. For some reason, they keep phasing out of existence. And then it makes a bunch of those other ones. Like, what does it mean, spark mean? Oh. Spark is probably when it crashes into the floor. Like, it creates sparks. That's sick. Thanks. I don't know why it's not working though. Motor UI. Maybe we could just shut that off. And it will not care so much. Because it's just the canvas. Maybe it's because it's hard to show all these outputs because it doesn't know which drone to pick to display the information about each drone. So it doesn't know how to pick one. My headset's dying. I'm just gonna charge one. I think I just disconnected it. Let me try my new button that I put on my Stream Deck. AirPods. Does that work? Nope. I don't really need to hear, but you guys won't be able to hear the music, I think, either. Back. Yeah, so somehow I was able to add multiple drones. But just maybe it's just this UI thing. Let's try it now. So it makes one. Still. Oh, it says it's because there's an error. Oh, because I'm calling it drone. The ID. What did I call it in the other file? Oh, in the drone script. Oh, I didn't make the drone script. Okay, so on my prefab, prefab, I need to add a new script. I did it before, but then it got unsaved. Just called drone, which I really shouldn't call drone because I don't wanna. But we'll do it. Oh, I already have it, so it just has to be added. Now it has an ID and a stopwatch. And does it need anything else? I think it needs one more thing. What else did it need? No, it just needs an ID. Okay, so now I should see a bunch of them get spawned in. I think that was the only thing holding us back, because it was breaking in the loop. Yep. Okay. I think I broke Unity. Oh gosh. Okay, so there's a lot of particles and a lot of sounds. I'm sorry for your ears. Let's end that. Okay. Let's start with, that was only 10. Damn, this is gonna be tough. I might have to turn off all the particles. Let's start with 5. So I think the problem's all these sparks. Okay, it works now. I mean, they're all the drones flipped over. Maybe they just take a minute to get started. I'll give them a minute this time. I won't touch anything. Let's let them figure it out. Oh, you know what's happening? Why they... I was about to say, they're colliding with each other. Oh, great, I flipped them all over. So we have to turn off collisions on the drones. I forget how I did that with the cars. I think I gave them all a layer. And then made their layer not hit each other. So I think if I add a layer, call it drone. Looks like fireworks, yeah. That's what all those fireworks were actually sparks because the drones were all crashing into each other because they spawned inside of each other. I did that with the cars too. Same exact thing when I made the cars. That's how I know how to fix it. So I think I do a layer, and then I could go over here, and for the drone prefab, I should be able to give it a layer of drone. Yes, change children. So now all of the drones can't crash into each other. There's a collision detection selector. What does that do? Where'd you see that? The way that I do it is I add a layer, and then I go to the physics in the preferences. Not here, the project settings, I mean. Project setting, physics, and now there's going to be this drone layer. So I turn off drone on drone physics. Is that what you mean? Is this the collision detection selector? Or did you see one in the script? So now I should be better. Yeah, see now they're not colliding with each other, they're just all doing the same thing. Pretty much. They might be delayed a little bit, so if I pause the game, you should see they're all kind of in the same spot, I think. Unless we lost a bunch of them. How do I move around? Never know how to move around in Unity. Yeah, so they're all kind of the same. This means it's not a perfect replay, like the cars were. But that's pretty cool. That I was just flying all these at the same time, and they're pretty much doing similar things. Halfway down the right pane, under rigid body. So that's like different types of collision detection. I remember looking this up, or trying to figure out these things when I was trying to solve this exact problem, where I was trying to make them consistent, because some of these are more consistent than others. Like discrete, I'm not sure if that's the best one. It might be. Or continuous might be, because it's always checking the physics. Because I don't want these cars, I don't want these drones to separate. And one way to do that, I think, is to go to change the timing. And also, it also depends on how the creator made this drones package, because for the cars I had to put everything in fixed update, which definitely slows things down because you have to wait for every frame, but it makes it extremely consistent. Which I turned out actually isn't even that good for AI, because it makes it overfit a lot better. Like, a lot more, not better, because it's worse if it overfits. So maybe just leaving it as is the better solution, and I don't have to waste any time trying to make it consistent this time, because that was a long issue with the car AI. This is pretty cool. So the problem wasn't that there were too many drones, it was that there were too many drones crashing into each other, causing sparks. So let's actually add more drones. Let's try 20, see how it handles that. I'll put on the stats too, so we can see the frame rate. 'Cause I just want to see what we could do. 60 FPS, easy. 20 drones. Okay, that's actually a good sign. That's pretty cool. My drone army. I might have to lower the volume for that. Hey, we're getting there. And it is pretty performant. I think I have it maxed out at 60 FPS too. Why do I have it maxed out at 60 FPS? Did I do that in here? I thought I did in the other game. In the I did it in the scorekeeper last time. I set the target frame rate to 60. Oh, maybe because I had this script on there once, it set the target frame rate. I don't know how you remove that. Eh. I mean, I do like having it, so let's actually take this. Put it in there. These might actually be more efficient than the cars were. Because the cars struggled. But it wasn't until I added raycast that made it really struggle. So maybe not. Let's just make that 240. My monitor doesn't even go that far. I just want to see how efficient these guys are. So now we should see a higher frame rate. No. It's... I don't know why it's stuck at 60, but I guess it's okay. I don't actually care. Cool, I feel like we're actually getting there. I didn't think we'd get this far. And I am copying code, so that's probably why we got a little further than I would think. So we're spawning in the drones. We are able to fly them all. They all have neural networks that aren't hooked up yet. So what we have to do is we have to give the neural networks all of the inputs. And we also have to give the drones a score. Maybe that's the first thing we do. So I actually did that in the car script previously. Like I made it get its own score. So each time it went through a checkpoint, I believe, it got a point. So since I'm thinking of doing this as a position-based thing, I want to give it a score based on how close it is to a point. So it's going to be a different scoring system altogether. But that's going to be done in here, I guess. That's how I did it last time. I don't mind doing it there. Void add score. Okay. So what we could do is figure out the distance between 2 points. And then give it a score based on that distance. And I could actually, if I wanted to make it simpler for myself, I could either do the math myself, or I could use a raycast that goes from point A to point B and just say raycast.distance. And that will work as well. The math would probably be more efficient because raycasts are very inefficient, like I found out in the car thing. So it might be better just to do the math between 2 points. So what I'm thinking is, up here I have a public vector 3, which is a position. And this would be the target position. And then somewhere outside of this script, another script will update the target position to make the drone fly. For now, we can hard code it, so it could be new vector 3. Let's see where things are in our scene. So if we look at where our drones spawn, oh, we actually know where our drones spawn because we're spawning them based on a spawn location. So if we go to round handler, it puts the objects in start position. So they all start here. I don't know why I picked that start position, but that's the start position. So in order to get a target position, I'm just gonna take this ending part. And then maybe I'll add like 10 to it, so 40, 41. So this is the target position, so we add a score. We could do 100. I'm just thinking of the math behind it, not actually programming it. So we have the distance. So we say distance. Nope. Distance to. Oh man, I did something twice. Distance to target. So we have to figure this out. Then once we have that, just say it's 10 for now. That does not have to be public. Don't know why I make things protected sometimes. Vector.distance method, is that a thing? Okay, I was gonna figure that out myself. If that's a thing, that makes it easier. Then I don't need raycasts either. Let's see if that's a thing. Vector3 dot distance. I'm guessing you give it 2 vector3s. That is very useful. Thank you. The more you learn about Unity, I feel like I could have used this in the past. I've done like matrix math from my engineering days. So I just knew it, so I just put it in. I guess it would have been easier just to look it up. Okay. So target position. And maybe the first position should be our position. So maybe this dot is position. It's transform dot position. Right? Wrong. Or is it? Oh, that's right. That should be a float. Awesome. Never used Unity. Just Googled it. Hello. Yeah, I should do that more. I usually do. Just I feel like on stream I like to struggle with things for some reason. You don't need to type this? Oh. I feel like. Why do I do that? If it doesn't yell at me. And what instance would you need this? Maybe never. I feel like that's just an old habit, I guess. Color a little bit. Okay. So what am I going to do with this distance? I'm just going to say 100 score. We don't have a score, do we? We'll make it public so we can see it in the scene. Well, I don't want to say it. We'll start it off at 0, I guess. We could do that in start too, just to make sure. I only use this when I assign the current instance of a class to a variable somewhere else or a static variable. Okay. I think that makes sense. Yeah, so I think that's a habit for me making the neural network script. because I used classes a lot, and I think I needed to use this often. Maybe I didn't, though. I guess not. Didn't use it once. I can't wait till we get to this part, because this is my first time using the simplified neural network script that I made really easy to read. I mean, I left in a bunch of old code that I probably should just delete because it's only for the cars. I just left it in so people could see how I used it. So like I said, this is an example of how I use the outputs. But I mean, if I make a tutorial for this script, I could just delete everything. Because most of this script is code. I mean, is comments. And it's like 200 or 300 lines of code. But literally half of them are comments and space and empty space. And old code. Okay. Back to the task at hand, though. I don't know how I got on that tangent. I'm just trying to get a score, so we're going to say score plus equals 100 minus distance to target. I'm going to put this in an if statement. If this greater than 0. So if it's greater than 100 whatever units away, it doesn't get any score. I don't know how far that is, though. If you guys are good at Unity or have any idea, how do you make a game the correct scale? Because as you saw in the beginning, the trees were huge and the drone was really small. Is there a way to get a proper unit, like feet or meters, in Unity? Or is that just what... Maybe I have to... That's a Google question. That's like a what unit is Unity using? But sometimes you can scale things up and that unit changes, so it's hard to keep things consistent. So this should work, and then if it's not greater than 0, it just doesn't add anything to the score. Let's take a look at this. So if I fly some drones... I think they should be getting a score right now. Oh, I'm not calling the function. Unity uses meters. I mean, they never specify it, but from what I've read on the docs and forums, everyone seems to agree they're meters. Okay. That's good to know. I'll have to, because for some things I want to, in the future I might want to try to do something crazy, which is like make an AI train in a simulation, but then make a robot like a one-to-one transfer and see if we could have it learn in real life. If that makes sense. I said that sentence weird. But train an AI in the simulation and then have it work in real life, basically. I feel like a drone might be a little too dangerous, but maybe like a car, a little race car. But then you need like a pretty good scale of your simulation, I think. So the score didn't go up because I didn't call the function. I guess we'll do it every... Oh, we shouldn't do it every frame. It should be in fixed update. Because then they'll get a higher score based on the frame rate. But fixed update also isn't perfect. I really need an enumerator or something. It'd be plausible with a drone too, but the challenge would be matching all the different variables. Yeah, like in the simulation, I could say go to position in air, like random position. I'll give it X, Y, Z. But in real life, I guess unless you give it really good GPS coordinates, you couldn't really do the same thing. But I mean, some of them do have pretty accurate GPS coordinates, so if you want to just make it hover in the air, I bet you could probably do that with the GPS. Even ignoring wind and atmospheric conditions, you need a pretty good idea of how fast the drone moves, yeah. It's true. There are some drone simulators out there that are really realistic. This one honestly isn't too bad, but it feels a little fake. But I was flying it pretty well. Like I'm flying that based off of real drone or real drone simulator experience. So this one's actually pretty decent. So if the AI learns how to fly this drone, it will learn how to fly pretty similarly to a real FPV drone, basically. Did I finish the fixed update? Yeah, that's all I did. It's not going to be super consistent because fixed update. I didn't change the rate of fixed update, but that's okay for now. I'm just gonna let it. I could call it every second maybe. They're still not getting a score. What did I forget? Just buy a few million FPV drones and train in real life. That's not a bad idea. I was thinking it could be cool to have, not a few million, but like one kind of robot that you keep resetting automatically. Like maybe you pull a string and it stands back up. So that way you could use the same, like you could reset the environment basically by having it just like stand up itself or something, or like you pull a string and the drone goes back to the starting position. So that way you could just keep making it fly over and over again. It's like you have a ton. Then you could run one of these training things as long as you could reset it every time and give it a score. Um, 100 minus distance to target is greater than 0. Maybe that's not true. Whoops. Maybe I should just print out what distance to target is. Yeah. Let's make this public, just so I can see it while we're flying. If that's greater than 100, then it won't get any score. It's just not doing anything. Why? Oh. I'm looking at this drone, the one that's not activated. The rest of them have been working fine. Dumb. So dumb. For the reason it doesn't... Okay. So now we have... Oh, we're not flying it though. So distance to target, I just made like 0 because I flew it up. So that means I'm like on the target right now. And if I go too far away... This is actually a pretty far distance. The score stops going up. Perfect. I don't know if you see it down there. Yeah, you can. Okay. So I just wasn't looking at the right thing. So we have a way to give the drones a score. Good. We have to reset the drones every round too. So like when this time runs out, reset them all. I hope it's not too complicated to control the drones separately, because right now I'm controlling them all at once, but we need each brain to control each drone separately. Hopefully that's not too much trouble. So in my scorekeeper, that's where I handled the resetting. That was using an enumerator. don't know why I called it do check. No idea. I feel like I just copied a tutorial and just used the name that they used. It should be called like new round. Do you have to call it anywhere? Oh yes, there it is, start coroutine. I'll call it new round this time. You know what? I just realized I'm just gonna press save. Just because. Okay. I think it's been a bit. Okay. Yeah, let's just copy this and then change the name of it. Oops. Keep doing that. I always have trouble with these enumerators setting them up, so I'm glad I could just copy this one. I'm probably going to remove everything from the middle of it, but that's okay. So slow rounds, this was part of when I wanted to slow things down. Reset, we'll call it reset round. We'll need that. So that was up at the top. Add this in. My other headset died. We're good. No, we're not. For some reason I made that public, but I'm gonna make it protected this time. So we don't have a saving system yet, so we don't have to load anything. Wired earbuds for life, yeah. I like my AirPods just for the noise cancellation, but for some reason I felt like using a Monstrum today. Usually I wear these big things. They have a much longer battery. I do like how you can just take one out though and use it. Oops. They actually died pretty fast. They must not have been charged. Okay. So we're gonna need copy networks. Once we get to the neural network stuff, that's what copies the networks over to the new cars. We're gonna want to reset the scores. This is just debugging. You know what? Let's just get rid of this for now. Okay. So this is me getting the average of things. And these should last me till I retire. I bought 2 of the OEM Samsung earbuds for like $15. Wow, those last a while. From your Galaxy S5, wow. I actually have the iPhone 6, which is probably newer than that, but I have to get a new phone because AT&T isn't supporting it anymore after like March, so I really have to get a new phone soon. I feel like I'm losing my voice just from coughing. Oof. Yeah, I kind of want a new phone anyways, so it's alright. So this is all good. For some reason I set this time scale to like really slow at the beginning of a round until it was done resetting everything, which I'll still do. So this is not called car reference anymore, it's called object reference list. Oh, this is just for the top cars. This is just for debugging. We don't need that. Okay. So as you can see, we need reset scores and copy networks. These should be easy to copy because there's nothing really car specific about it, except for the variable names, I'd bet. So reset scores, where's that? Simple. Very easy. Just loops over all the cars and resets their scores, but now instead of cars, it's just gonna be something else. So this was useful. I will want to add a brain saving feature to the neural network. I just didn't want to use a asset because in this neural network for viewers version, I didn't want to have anybody install any assets. I just wanted it to work just with the script alone. But I was using an asset to save the brain to like a JSON format. I should change this from drone. I really should. So I don't have to make this change for everybody. Should be lowercase, I guess. Okay, so that's done. And then copy network, that's gonna be a little more complicated. Is that this? No. So that's resetting the scores, but also need to reset the position. Just copy networks right here. That actually doesn't look too bad either. Let's copy it and then just change whatever turns red. Okay, so we got a lot of car references. I really just, I don't really care about those, but it's okay. A lot of car references. Why isn't it auto-completing? All right. Don't need that. Is that it? So I do need a top cars because top. So this top cars was basically you could set it to how many cars you wanted to keep each round. So for me, it was like if you made this top 10, then those 10 cars would be the ones that reproduce. So top. Top what? Maybe not even top. It's basically like how many objects do you want to keep each round? Like how many of the best objects you want each round? Places? Like how many... What is that called in like a tournament? Like how many... spots are available? Top spots available. This is probably bad. I could always replace it with the find and replace later. But it makes more sense to somebody reading it, I guess. Players? Yeah, but all of the drones are kind of players. Basically, how many places are there that they could get? Like first, second, and third. That would be 3. I'll leave it top spots available for now, I guess. Doesn't... it could be public, because you could change that while the game's going. I usually make it 10. So it's like top 10. Reproduce. Oops. Okay. We're getting there. Now we have the network should copy. And the objects do have neural network scripts. They just don't have inputs or outputs yet. And they also don't get reset. So resetting the drones is important. For some reason I didn't just call, like right here I reset scores by calling the function. But for some reason to reset the cars, I set a reset cars variable to true. And why don't I just call like a reset cars function? I don't know why, but I do. Yeah, so why did I do this weird middle step where I reset it? Weird. I'm just gonna copy the function for now, and then if I need to do that weird thing for some reason, I'll do it. So we're not gonna need all of this, because a lot of it was specific for the cars. A lot of different variables had to be reset. Like all of these drift inputs and the... Yeah, so all those are good, I think. So we don't have that script even. Yeah. Stopwatch. I don't know why that's being used, because the cars keep track of their own stopwatch. Maybe just to display it, I had a stopwatch. I think for like the round. Oh, I didn't even have that though. Timer could be useful though, like a live count at the top. It's fun to watch. Okay. Whoops. So this best car ever I don't need anymore. That was an old thing that I did. This does nothing. All these car specific things I don't need. The score's already getting reset and reset score. Yeah, I think that's safe to delete. This is good. Just in case we ever deactivate the not cars though. So it's calling all these cars. That's really just I'm calling this reset cars also. Oh man. Oh, you know what? Let's just do one line at a time. Objects. Object. Oh, could I not call things object? I guess it's a thing. Okay. So we want to reset or enable the neural network. I would disable the cars when they crash into things. That's why I have to re-enable everything. I don't know why I didn't do this anymore. This is resetting the inputs. Don't need that though. Yet. So we don't have any inputs. So it resets the rotation of the object, which we want. It removes any constraints it has. Why does it freeze the rotation? That might mess me up. Freezing the rigid body like that. So it resets the velocities and the start position. Back to the start position. Okay. I think we're good now. We don't have a raycast script, so we don't need this. Yeah, we'll probably get a raycast script. Raycasts are useful, but maybe not for the drone. No, we'll probably need to give it a raycast. Okay, so everything still works. Let's oh, I was supposed to wait 10 seconds, see if they all reset. I don't think I'm calling that function though. I'm not calling the coroutine. So how do I do, where do I do that? Up here? In start, right? Yeah, in start, I start coroutine. Do check. Like, I'm gonna change this to new round. Or next round? Nah, new round's fine. Fine. Alright. Let's fly this around for 10 seconds and see if we all reset. It should be like sudden, I think. Okay, so the time slowed down a lot. I'm not sure what happened there. Oh, it broke. Coroutine. Wait. It's saying the error's in here? We don't have a scorekeeper anymore. What happened? Oh, get best scores it is. Line 81. Oh. It's because it's called the drone. How'd I miss that? Why is it not complaining either? I guess it knows that the script exists. Oh, I should have known this. This one has to be lowercase. Okay, I think that was it. Let's try that again. So when the time slowed down, that was it trying to restart the round. Is this too loud when the drones are flying? It is pretty loud. I can see it over there. About as loud as me talking. No, it's a little louder than me. Did they reset? I don't think they're resetting. Yeah, it's printing the round numbers. It's getting the average score correct. I'm not calling reset cars anywhere because I'm resetting drones. I'm supposed to do that down here. But for some reason I didn't do it here. Why not? Nope. What is this? If I modded by 1 equals 0. It's an int. It's always going to be moddable by 1. Maybe that was configurable. I never added. Weird. Past me. What'd you do? Right? Yeah, because it's adding 1 every time, so it's always going to be 0. And it's an int. Maybe I only wanted to... Yeah, there's no reason for this. I'm pretty sure I could safely delete that, because it was doing nothing. Should never make 2 changes at once, though, if you're not sure about them. So now we won't know which one messes it up. That's basically if true, yeah, that's what I meant. I don't know what I was thinking there. I feel like I was... Oh, they all reset? Okay. Where'd they go? They did not like being reset. For some reason they got deactivated. Maybe that's why I was doing the reset cars in a weird way. Maybe. Oh well, it froze their position. Let me take a look at this. If it's really weird, I might just copy it. Yeah, so for some reason I replaced this with this at some point. So originally I had it there, just hard-coded in. But for some reason I had to do it the weird way. So I'm gonna do it the weird way. Is that what I called reset round? So I didn't have to say the word drone? Or is there a reset round? No, I called it smarter. Oh, it's right there. Dumb. Okay. And then up at in fixed update, I need to put this other thing that I have. Normally I wouldn't use fixed update for like random things, but I found out that for these simulations to be consistent, you really want to use it often. Okay. So where's the other place I called this? Right here. Let's try it this way. I feel like maybe freezing the drone's position messes it up. So they're resetting, but I lose control. The drone controller gets really messed up. I think this is a drone specific problem now. The way it works. Like, wait, but why am I freezing the rotation? In, maybe it's all these things that I'm resetting. I do need to reset these somehow. But I'm thinking that doing that might mess it up. Oh. I think it's this. I'm deactivating the whole object and then reactivating it. Let's just try what we did just now and then I'll try that, removing that next. Oh, you know what? Let's just save ourselves a few seconds to make the round time 5 seconds. So I can control it, good. Reset, I could still control it. So it must have been the constraints. Cool. Alright. But the velocity and stuff isn't being reset every time. Which I'm thinking that might have been it. Maybe not though, because if you don't reset the velocity, it keeps the velocity from before the round starts. So if it's going really fast, it's gonna just keep going fast as soon as it respawns. So I kind of want to see which one of these it was. Are these okay to do, or is that the problem it doesn't like? Must have been whatever those constraints were. Okay, cool. Now, we have a score. We have a round system. We just have to set up a neural network. I think. Am I forgetting anything? No. So we need to set up our inputs, which I said was going to be the position. The rotation of the drone, so we know if it's flat, and the target position, which we have not in here. I'm just gonna hard code it for now. Where do I put the target position? I put it on in drone. Yeah, I'm just gonna hard code the target position. Eventually we'll make this so it changes. And maybe after it gets to one target, it will go to the next. But for now, let's just hard code that as an input to the network. We'll have to break it up into X, Y, and Z components. It's like right here. I get the brain inputs. So we're gonna need 3 inputs for this, the target position. So that means we're gonna need 3 for our position. And then I believe 3 for our rotation. Unless it's some quaternion thing. But no, 3 should be fine. So we're gonna need 9 inputs to the network. Let me break this up. Whoops. I'm just gonna hard code it for now. Because right now we're just planning on getting the hover in one spot. We'll work on getting them to fly around after. Make this an F2. Okay. So that is the target position. And then that's never changing. So in our update, we could figure out our position. I could get rid of all of these extra examples because I know how to use it. So I need to make an array of inputs, basically. I could just hard code it. So it'd be a float array. Yeah, brain inputs. Oh yeah, just like this. It's right here. And maybe the first 3 will be our target X, target Y, and target Z. So like velocity, direction to target, distance from target. We should give it some more stuff like that. Current. I'll start with positions, but you were right about velocity. We should probably add that too. I think it might be able to figure out direction based on rotation, but that will be really hard for it to figure out. So maybe direction to target is better. Like you said, like we figure that out for it and just give it like somehow give it a rotation with relation to the target. That'll make it easier to figure it out for sure. I didn't make these yet. I'm just gonna do it right here. I think that's it. Float. I know it's bad to declare this in here, Yeah, it's probably just bad. There's no if. There's no other reason. But I'm not sure how bad it is. Doing this in fixed update. I'm gonna keep redeclaring these variables. I'll probably just declare them outside of it and then remove the float. I would try to think like a driver. How fast am I going? What direction? Where do I want to go? XYZ coordinates seem irrelevant. Yeah. You're probably right. I forget what I did with the did the car use coordinates like that? In the end, whatever works. It actually just used a bunch of raycasts, which are like laser beams that which told it how far away things were. So it's definitely not like a human at all. Like it doesn't. I also gave it its velocity towards the end, but it didn't need it in the beginning. When giving it its velocity though did help it figure out when to use the brakes, like going around sharp turns. So it's definitely useful, and it's definitely easy to add more as we go. But the more inputs you give it, the harder it is to solve, which is why it's good to simplify inputs. Like you said, instead of giving it just its rotation with relation to something just makes it that small step simpler for it to figure out, because it doesn't have to figure out that relation on its own. I think if you gave it enough time, it could figure it out, but if you want to make it easier for it, that's definitely a way to do it. Because when I did my natural selection simulator, I started off by giving the creature. So for that simulation, if you haven't seen it, the main goal is the creatures have to find food. And in the beginning, I gave it the X and Y position of the creature and the X and Y position of the food. But that was really hard for it to figure out. So I gave it the X distance and the Y distance with relation to the creature. So that's exactly what I should do here. So basically take the current position and the target position and subtract them. So instead of doing 6 inputs, it would be 3. So it would be X distance to the target. Yes. I should probably do that. Thanks for making me think out loud and realizing something I did in the past. Because that helps, like what you said. Yes, exactly. Distance, heading, slope. Kinda. To get a direction vector, you could subtract the current position from the target position and get the normalized property of that resulting vector 3. Yeah. I wonder how I would give it a vector like that as oh wait, are you talking about like the X, Y, and Z? Or because a direction vector could be X, Y, and Z. Or are you talking about rotation? Because at first I thought you meant rotation, but now you might be meaning... Oh, the normalized property is the target position. Okay. So I could just subtract the vector 3's before I do this. Let me just make this real quick. I think, okay, yeah. Either way, I think you get both almost. I already have distance to target, but I'm gonna do X, Y, and Z now. I'm gonna break it up. Oh, and we already have that vector 3, don't we? Oh, it's not in here though. It's not in this script. I'll just do it again. Well, I should just call this vector3. Distance to target equals, do I have it in the script? No. It's just the same code though. So I'm just gonna yoink it. It's in the drone, wasn't it? Yeah. Shouldn't do this twice, but I'm planning on changing this anyways, because this target position is gonna change. Oh no, that's not what I want. I just want to subtract these two. I don't know which one should go first. Because I know that order probably matters with this. So maybe that's right. Target position is where I want to go. Minus my current position should probably be what I do. Either way, the AI will figure this out. This isn't actually that hard of a problem for it to figure out. So either way, as long as I give it the relation somehow, it'll figure it out. So now, instead of doing all of this, I could just say distance to target dot x, distance to target dot y, distance to target dot z. That has to be a dot. So now we just simplified 6 inputs down to 3. And it kind of gets direction information from that because it knows where it is now. And then we should give it its rotation because that will help it balance. So I don't know what kind of rotation information we get. Oh, we get X, Y, Z, and then W. Oh, you know what? To Euler. Dot. Is that a thing? X, Y, Z. Okay. Yeah, I didn't want to make it too complicated. I think Euler angles will be easier for our AI to understand. Why does it have an issue with that? Oh, quaternion dot Euler angles instead. Okay. So I do dot rotation dot Euler angles because of its use of radians instead of degrees. Okay, I'll listen to you. Okay. I feel like quaternions might be a little hard for the AI to figure out because I don't even understand those things. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I just said. That's why I don't want to give it a quaternion as an input, because I feel like it might be hard for it to figure out. But who knows, maybe it would teach me what a quaternion is after it figures it out. Okay. I feel like that might be all we need. Oh, yeah, so these are the brain inputs, but now we need the brain outputs, which are the controls for the drones itself. How do we do that? Once we do that, we literally start training. We'll see if it fails. I'll run it overnight maybe. Hopefully I can finish this right now. I did want to end stream kind of soon because it's getting late. But I would like to get them to start training it tonight if I can. If not, it's not a big deal. I'll just start it tomorrow at some point. I have been wanting to get a regular stream schedule going. This is my second stream in within a week, so I guess that's consistent-ish. This stream we made a lot more progress. Roll, pitch, yaw, throttle. Yeah. That's basically it. Roll, pitch, yaw, throttle. That's basically, yeah, because I was just using the 2 sticks to control it. And there's only 4 different ways. So yeah, you're right. That actually shouldn't be too hard. Let's just say that for now. So there's going to be 4 outputs. I already have it. And we just have to figure out where in the drone controller we can hook that in, but I already figured that out earlier. So the prefab itself has a, where are we? So the drone prefab, said it wrong now. It has the drone movement script. Yes, so if we could access this drone movement script in the neural network, we have access to the controls. I think. Is that where I saw that? I remember there being controls up at the top. Maybe it's only because I was using them. So yeah, let's link that to our neural network script first. Actually, you know what? Let's take a look at it before we even link it. Make sure I'm right. So I remember doing something in here. I would suggest you put your code below this line. I did it in the other simulation. I did it in I can just look at the script without opening the project. Which project was it in? Driving AI? Assets. Did I import the drone into here? No, I did it in the Evolution Sim. I might be wrong about this entirely. Let's try to go to the drone. Maybe I'm wrong. It might be easier just to find if I open project. Yeah, no, let's give up on that. There's the example that I used before. Custom input example. It's basically this. Public drone movement. Oh. It is this. It's exactly this. And instead of setting it to get in access, we just use the outputs of the neural network here. Let's put this side by side, actually. I think we could just yoink stuff into our neural network. Yeah, so we're gonna do all this. Same. Right here. And then we're gonna declare all these variables up at the top. I don't know what that spaces means. Anybody know what this is? Never used that before, but it doesn't look necessary, but I've been interested in what it does. Then we need the public drone movement, which is what I was gonna do, so we could link it in. And then, instead of doing these things, we just say brain outputs for all of them. Oh, I could do it for all of them at once. Brain outputs. So some of these outputs are between -1 and 1, and some of them are between 0 and 1. I think the throttle's between 0 and 1, so this one's good. Because I think the brain outputs are between 0 and 1. I could be wrong about that, though. I forget. Are these public? They're public, so we'll see what happens to them. But I'm positive that does space 5 just return a string with 5 spaces in it? Maybe? Maybe it's just for formatting of the maybe it's just for formatting the scene editor? Is that what you mean? I believe that. Because let's look at it. If we go to Scorekeeper, no, not Scorekeeper, if we go to drone, maybe, I don't know. So I was wondering before why the custom input script didn't work, and I was being dumb about it because I didn't put it on the drone. I think it just puts a space in the inspector. Okay. Looks like a string function that just returns an empty space. It's just decorative, I believe. Okay. It's cool to know too if you ever want to make it look pretty over here, I guess. So none of the drones are controlling themselves yet. Is there an error? Index was outside the bounds of the array. Why? Oh. Because my inputs... Where did I set the inputs? I only have 6 of them. I'm saying it should expect 9. That could really be automatic. I shouldn't have to say this. Because if you give it 6 inputs, it should just know. Sounds legit. Okay. Okay. I didn't link the script, the drone movement script, and I just realized that when it said that. So if we go to neural network, there's no drone movement script, but it is right. We should do this on the prefab though. Oh, I haven't been doing anything on the prefab. I could probably just replace it if it's a lot that I have to do. But no, I mostly made changes to the scripts. I didn't change the thing itself. So I just have to drag this drone movement into here. And one more try. Nothing. Okay. Errors? No errors. Am I... Brain inputs... Oh. I forgot a big part about resetting the rounds every time. Or did I? No, randomness is happening. Oh, randomness is not happening. In the Scorekeeper, when we copy the networks, or when we create the networks, there should be some sort of randomness built in. So in the start, we create all these objects. Okay, I'm confused. Oh, wait a minute. I'm probably doing that thing I did earlier, where I'm not actually looking at the right drone. Okay. So these are changing. They're just not working. They're definitely outside of the bounds of what they should be. Okay, that's actually good. It's working. These are the outputs that it's trying for this drone specifically. But it's just not working. So normally it's good to make the outputs of the inputs of the network between 0 and 1, and we didn't do that. They're going to be really big numbers. I'd say just dividing everything by 100 might help for now until we figure out a better way to do it. Because if you give a neural network really big numbers, it's kind of confuses it for some reason. So yeah, in the neural network, in the inputs, we should just divide everything by like 100. Let's do it in here. Maybe not the angles, just the distances. Because the angles are already between 0 and 180, so maybe divide it by 180. Does it go all the way to 360? Or does it loop back around at some point? Why is that such a problem on YouTube? The links being posted. I think just dividing by 180 should work. But that's not the problem we were having, because we were getting no outputs. It's probably because it has to adjust weights by a lot more until it makes sense for the activation function. Yeah. Because you saw like our outputs in the bottom right were like huge numbers like 40. They should be between 0 and 1 too, so it might help if your inputs are more similar to your outputs as well. So it can make smaller adjustments in the beginning. Is it bots or just links? Well, it's a bot that it's not actually a link that it's posting, because I don't think it can post links, but it puts like a space in between it. It's not that big of a problem. Bots, yeah. So I think also something that we need to do is enable custom inputs, right? So I had to do that earlier. Drone movement. Did I have to click on custom? No, I didn't. It still did it no matter what. But it's not even leading to a real website at this point. Oh, interesting. Come on, we're almost there, guys. Let's see what happens when I run it now with the inputs. Oh, they're moving. Hey. Let's look at them from the side. Maybe I should mute them. Let's see the console output. We'll see if the score gets better. It's getting better. No way, we did it, I think. Look, they're flying up, like... And I don't know where the point is, though, that they're trying to fly to. They're working, guys. That's actually kind of cool. I actually like this more than the cars. I think I'm going to enjoy this drone thing, because they're fun to watch. But you can see the high score keeps going up and up. Or maybe not up and up, but the average score is actually increasing. Damn. So all we gave them was the distance to the target and their rotation, and they're trying to figure it out. The B-movie too. I should be able to like lower the volume in Unity somehow. You know I could do it down here. volume mixer. A little better. So Alright, so I think I can go to bed and let these guys train. They're not going to learn much. They're just going to hover in one spot. But I'll just let these guys run. I don't have any saving function in place. So when I get a good run, maybe I'll just take a video of it. And I can't shut my computer off because of that. But this is actually pretty cool. Look at that, the score is going up even more. When we started, it was only 17,000. Now it's 21,000. So it doesn't. You can tell they're flying up more. Oh, you know what? I should give them more time, so we could see if they ever actually learn to just hover in place. Let's give them some more time in the canvas. Oh, it's in scorekeeper. Round time. Let's make it like 15. Now the scores are going to go up a lot because they have more time to get score. But it'll be harder for them to stay around a certain point. And we'll see if they just start like circling it. It's pretty cool. Now my problem is I could stare at them train forever, so can't let that happen. I like how they have trails built in and stuff. This is going to be cool to watch later. Once I get them racing around and stuff. Can you dump the best brain to the console after each round? I could. I had it where it actually saved it previously. Just so you have something to show for it. Maybe. I just have to implement the saving system. You know what? No, maybe I shouldn't do that now. It's actually not hard. I just have to get the where is it? I just have to get the asset that saves it. Oh, I took it off this script because I didn't want it on here. It's in the other, in the driving AI. So this is from the driving AI, not the Raycast, the neural network. At the bottom, I have these like save and load options, but you need the quick save writer asset. I mean, I could do that before I start training them. But I don't mind. They're not learning much right now. They're just learning how to hover. If I give them like multiple points to follow, then maybe. I should do this though. Decisions. On a related note, why am I still working at 6 p.m. LO? Yeah. It's crazy, it's 6. It's 11:16 here. Do you work remote? Are you like not remote? I'm guessing it's probably remote because unless you're just staying. Yeah, remote to a company in Wisconsin. That's cool. That's crazy. So you're just out on an island and you get to... It's 4:17 a.m.? What are you doing? I'm sorry. We all should go to bed. Well, not Millennium Tree. So you guys get the first peek at what one of my future videos is going to be. I actually think this video is going to be more interesting than the driving one. Look at them. They're hovering around like something. This one's figuring it out, kinda. Their scores don't seem to be getting that much better, though. Oh, but the high score is. The average score isn't, but the high score is, which is good. This one's gonna be rad, yeah? I think so. I've never seen anybody do this before. I've seen tons of driving car videos, but this one seems interesting, and it seems like it's gonna have some challenges. Yes, I said I was going to bed. And I am. But let's just copy and paste this. Because it is as simple as copying and pasting. And getting the asset off the asset store. That's the only reason I'm doing it. Because I don't want to train these guys all night and not have anything to show for it, like you said. And all I have to do is change these instead of jumping to drone. Drone. And do I have to import anything? Quick save. I think that's it. And then let's put that at the top. Quick save, which we do not have. So I just have to. But I already have it in my assets, so I just literally have to press install. Or where's the asset manager? Package manager, I mean. Error refreshing. I have no packages. Oh. Are these just Unity's built-in ones? Try it again. Okay, there we go. It was called Quick Save. There it is. You should give them guns so they can shoot each other down. That's not a bad idea. That could be fun. That's kind of what the game I want to make. I want to make an actual game out of drones. That's not AI really, but just an actual game. Maybe I'll become a game dev someday. Oh, you cannot import a package in play mode. You guys train so well. I'm so sorry. But you'll train again and remember next time. It'll be interesting to see how they do in the morning. Why don't these work? Oh, so they already exist because I copied everything from the other package. I did Robocode back in college with a few other guys. That's awesome. Is that like BattleBots? I think one of my friends did the same thing. In high school though, he did it. It wasn't like BattleBots. It was more like they had to perform tasks like stacking cubes or something, or sometimes they fought. I put so much time into my first tank with arc predictive firing that nobody else wanted to play with me. That's funny. I did that. Oh, you can't see it because of my giant plant that I got, but you see that little piece of PvP pipe? That was when I was an engineer. I made that, and there was like a golf ball shooting contest. Oh, it's virtual tanks. Oh, that's even cooler because you don't have to worry about the programming. I've actually played on that coding games website a few times, and that's pretty fun. Because it's kind of like things like that, you have to code it. But that golf ball launcher, I actually wrote MATLAB code to calculate the angle you have set it at. So the target was like moving around, so you had to be able to adjust it. And some people used like pressurized containers, and they set their distance based on how much pressure they put in the tank, but that wasn't very accurate. So this was pretty accurate. It was just a slingshot. The rubber bands are all rock solid. But I also wrote MATLAB code that would tell me what angle to write, so it's kind of like predicted what angle it should shoot at. This is pretty cool. It'd be cool to get it working again with new rubber bands. So did this not import? It said the same thing earlier after I imported something. I'm just gonna try one more time. Nothing import. Okay. So now should be able to go to. It might have already worked before, but it's giving me errors still. Oh, for these things. round num. That's awesome. Yeah, my first tank was basically unbeatable, which made it no fun for anybody else. That's funny. We were actually supposed to have all of the classes compete, but they didn't end up doing it, so I kind of just made it for no reason. But I have it. It definitely would have taken first place, though. That's what the teacher said, at least. She might have just been trying to make me feel good. What am I doing? Oh, I changed the way that this worked. I didn't want to save it every... Oh no, a new file every round, that's right. I do want it like that. I'll pass in the round number. Oh, nice live stream. Thanks, Steven. Appreciate it. We're wrapping up now, but we actually got a decent amount of work done today. I feel like we got a whole new project done in one stream. I started this as an empty scene, and now we have drones that are learning how to fly. Oh, but I just broke the script because I was editing it. I'll show you in a minute when I'm done with this. Yeah. Let me change this everywhere to drone. Actually, we only need the save function to be working. I can fix the load later. As long as we're writing to a file, I can get it out at any time. It's also going to be an int. Drone ID. We'll just pass those both in when we save it. And we could save it during the reset loop because we already have a loop in the round handler. So we reset the cars. Yeah, so reset drone. So we're getting every drone here. So before... Hey, where do I reset the scores? Oh, reset scores. Okay, so we could do that in reset scores. So before we reset the scores, we could save all the brains. So drone dot get component neural network dot save. Do you train on the GPU somehow through Unity, or is it all CPU? It's basically all CPU right now. I would like to figure out how to do more GPU-based things. I would. That might come soon. I'm not sure if you could just turn a neural network into like a compute shader or something and make it work on the GPU that way, or if I'd have to figure something else out. I was thinking compute shaders because I know that those work on the GPU. Why is that not working? You can? I've been working on it? Oh, interesting. So how would you do it? Is it with the compute shaders, or is there just a completely different approach? Let me just comment out these load functions. Why is it not like this? Oh, I have to give it inputs. And then... You know what, ID, I'll just say. Because I think the ID for the drone is in the script. No, it's not in the script. How do I get the ID? Yeah, compute shader. You still have car ID in a few places. Yeah, I have to get rid of that. That's why I commented out some of the code there. The tricky part so far has been storing the weights and stuff in a data format that makes sense. Oh, cool. So you're working on exactly neural networks. So far, I've just been writing in C# in an attempt to prove it all works before I move on to writing it as a shader. Okay. Awesome. That'll be useful to know. Actually, because for me, I need some way to run things in the background, I guess, without actually visualizing everything. Sometimes if you get all the raycasts and objects in the scene... Oh, you know what I can do? I can actually add more drones before I start training, because it's not having a problem with efficiency. I completely ended my first thought with a new one, but... Let me just quickly look at how I saved in the past. In reset scores, okay, that's what I did. I got the round number and the car ID. So the drone, does the drone have its own ID? I guess I do set that somewhere. Okay, so I'll just do it this way. Except instead of setting the neural network, I'm passing it through. Where did I just put that? Right here. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna say int ID equals I mean, I guess I'll just redo this. I shouldn't redo this more than once, but it only happens in between rounds, so I don't really care. Okay, so every round it's gonna save the brain. I actually don't want it to save every round. I'm gonna save every... Is 10 rounds too much? Every 100 rounds I'll save, so I don't have 1,000 files later. Oh, sorry, I missed all this. I typically do jagged arrays to store neuron values and the weights and the deltas. But you can't do jagged arrays in HLSL. I guess that's the language you use for shaders. Even if you did, I think it'd be useless because you couldn't compute that in parallel. So my best idea so far has been making it into a texture, basically. So I guess compute shaders are good for graphics. So you can make each pixel like a weight, I guess. If that's what you mean by texture, unless it's a texture something else. Yeah, like that? Okay. That's a good idea. Another task I want to do is actually visualize the weights and biases of the neural network on the screen. That's pretty cool workaround though. I've never used compute shader ever, but I was just thinking that would be the way I would get it to work. Glad to know that seems like a decent approach. What was I doing? I was saying if round num modded by 100 equals 0, then we'll save. So I don't want to save every round. I did that last time with the cars, and I didn't end up really needing it, except for at the very end when I except for at the very end when I make the video. But another thing is I also like it when the round numbers are in the very beginning, so you can see some progress. So I'll just say or round num is less than 100. Save the first 100 rounds, and then after that, every 100 after that. Yeah, exactly. And each row of the texture is a different layer. Wow. So have you made a neural network before, or are you just skipping straight to compute shaders? Yeah, I know you said you're trying to get it to work in C# first. But that seems like a tricky task to do right off the bat. I haven't even done that yet. So this should work. Yeah, you have? Okay. I unfortunately don't have too much time to stick around, but I wanted to say that I love your videos and I hope you keep up the good work. Aw, thank you so much. I'm actually ending soon too, so you're not gonna miss much. But I should be able to start this drone simulator any second now. I just am second guessing myself on the saving function because I want to make sure it works. So I'm pressing save every 100 rounds except for the first 100 rounds. And then I'm saving it to drone v1 round number. And the drone ID is drone ID. I'm not sure if that drone ID is a thing, so that's the only thing I'm worried about. But even if we just save one drone, that's okay. You've had some success with backpropagation? I actually haven't done that yet. Funnily enough, I failed miserably at evolutionary optimization. I feel like I could handle backpropagation, I just haven't tried it yet. Because I was more interested in the evolution side of things in the beginning. My evolution simulator video was supposed to be only an evolution simulator, but then I realized I could just train a network with the same method. So that's why I just added it in there. Kind of started the whole AI thing that way. And I already have that neural network natural selection base. So I've just been using that in other projects too. Would love to understand GAN. Yeah. What does that stand for again? General Adversarial Network? I made those up, but could be right. Thanks for the stream. First time seeing C# and I don't hate it. Yeah, it's not that bad. It's actually, like, you hear C and you get scared because of like C and C++, but C#'s pretty different. Let's see if this works. Let me just press run. Okay, it's working. Are they... Did they... What's wrong? Trying to ID. Oh, I didn't say drone. I started in C++, hello. Yeah. I'm doing C and C++ for work, so that's why I don't like it. Generative adversarial networks. Okay, I think that's what I said. Or did I? Oh no, I said general. Yeah, so generative adversarial networks. I'll have to look into that more. Oh, so they check each other. Or one checks the other. That's pretty cool. That's interesting. Oops. So I think that just fixed that problem. I'll restart that. Let's look at the scene though. Okay. There the drones go. I think our FPS is still at 60. So I'm gonna add some more drones before I end the stream. Oh wait, that's 100. No, that's not 100 drones. This is the wrong. That's the old scorekeeper. We only have 20 drones. Let's see what it does with 100 drones. Does it freak out? Or can it handle it? My very first program dumped memory to a screen in Windows 3.11. Just before protected memory was a thing. Oh man. That's crazy. So you had low-level stuff to work with. It actually looks not horrible. The reason it took so long in between the rounds is because it was saving so many brains. It's still 60 FPS? Wow. So the thing that's taking the most time is saving all the brains. But it's only going to do that for the first 100 rounds. That looks really cool. I have to make that bigger when I do the training. Oh, and I'm also not letting them train for long enough. Alright, so 15 seconds. Maybe that's not enough time. It should be enough time to see if they figure out how to hover. So right now they're starting here, and I just made them try to go to a position like 10 above them. So like probably like right here. So this drone's doing pretty well. It's really tiny to see, but this one probably got the most points right there. So we will see if they learn by the morning, because I'm just gonna let this run. I didn't change anything with the speed in this simulation. I have the game speed variable here, but I'm scared to use it because I didn't make everything consistent in this, and it took a while to get that work for the car AI. This looks amazing. I love your work. Thank you. I appreciate it. Dang, that's cool. Yeah, I really like this simulation right now. This was gonna be one of my new favorites because it just looks cool to watch. I can't wait till they start learning. Hopefully they learn. I think we can already see that their scores are getting slightly better. So the reason they skipped from 2,000 to 4,000 is because I gave them more time. So they get scores based on how close they are to the position up here. I don't have it visualized yet. I should just put a ball up there or something to show where they're supposed to be. But since I'm saving the brains, I could actually update that visually later and just replay the brain file after they're done training. So if I want to make a video with this specifically trained brain, I could just update the visuals later and put a ball like above it. So yeah, I'm just gonna let these guys train overnight, and we'll see the progress in a day or two. Thank you everybody for hanging out. It's a lot more fun than just doing this stuff by myself. I got a lot done tonight. This was a full project basically. I'm gonna add more to this in the future. Game speed, Unity has a general simulation speed you can change, I think. You can look into that and batch mode flag to run without rendering. Okay, I'm gonna copy and paste that somewhere. That comment, because that sounds interesting. Because I was trying to figure that out a lot for the car one. So my task for today was to start the drone AI. It's basically like nearly done. Mahalo for the stream. Good stuff. Pretty exciting stuff. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. I'm not sure if I said that right. That's the first time I've ever said that. Mahalo. What's this? General sim speed. I'm just gonna look it up later. Thank you for that suggestion. I really enjoyed your car video. Thank you. I appreciate it. That one took a while. I'm gonna try to be more consistent, because between my evolution video and the car video, it was like 6 months or 7 months. I'm gonna try to get this one out within a few weeks after the car one, or at least do progress updates. Like this could be the first video where they're just learning how to hover, and then I'm gonna add more waypoints so they could learn how to fly, and then they could then the idea is so that they could learn how to set the waypoints themselves. Right now they're trying to learn how to fly to waypoints, but then there's gonna be another network that's gonna set waypoints for it, so it could kind of have more than one network doing things. Mahalo. Okay, mahalo. I think I said it kind of right. I'm just butchering it, I don't know. But anyways, thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate you guys hanging out, and I might stream tomorrow, might not. I'm gonna try to get a regular schedule soon, but I appreciate you guys hanging out, and I'll see you guys in the next one.